All right. Good evening, good evening, good evening, and welcome to the Agoura Hills City Council meeting of May 13th, 2026. At this time, please silence all cell phones and other electronic devices. If you wish to speak or submit a written comment, please complete a comment card for each agenda item and submit to the city clerk prior to the public comment portion of this meeting. I will now call this meeting to order. We're going to start with our land acknowledgement, and the City of Agoura Hills acknowledges that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Chumash Nation. Descendants of Chumash still remain, and we honor and pay our respects to their elders and various groups that make up the past, present, and emerging as they continue their stewardship of our lands and water. We have a responsibility and a commitment to elevate the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of the City of Agoura Hills, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. I am now thrilled to defer to Cub Scout Pack 227 to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Cub Scout Pack 227, take it away.
Attention. Will the audience please rise? Color guard advance. Hand salute. Those are not in the uniform, please put your right hand over your heart. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guards post the colors. Color guards salute. 2. Color guards dismiss. The audience may be seated.
Let's give the Cub Scout troop a big round of applause. Thank you, guys. Great work. Now moving on to our roll call. I will defer to the city clerk.
Good evening. Councilmember Anderson?
Here.
Councilmember Anstead?
Here.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez?
Here.
Mayor Wolf?
Here.
Mayor Wolf, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So there's no closed session tonight. We're now going to move on to the approval of the agenda. Will the makers of the motion and the second to approve the agenda state your names?
Councilmember Sylvester so moves.
Councilmember Anderson seconds.
I will now defer to the city clerk for roll call.
Councilmember Anderson?
Aye.
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Wolf, you have approval 5-0.
Great, thank you. Moving on to presentations, there are no presentations this evening, so we're going to move on to the Intergovernmental Special Purpose Committee or departmental reports. I'm going to defer to Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez regarding the Clean Power Alliance update.
Thank you, Mayor Wolf. Our meeting this month was postponed a week due to some conflicts, and so our monthly meeting is tomorrow, so I don't have an update for this evening.
Great, thank you. And before I move on, do any other council members have any other reports? Councilmember Sylvester.
Yes, I have two. Councilmember Anderson and I last week attended the UCLA Symposium, Urban Firestorms, Risk and Resilience. It was wonderful to be in a room with so many research scientists and listening to all the different data elements that they're collecting to help us recover from the fires from last year and what we can do moving forward. Everybody agreed that we are now facing a crisis, and the challenge is to innovate together and take all this knowledge that they're acquiring and apply it to our homes and communities. They stress that we must take responsibility to reduce our own risks, that only with shared accountability will we find solutions. We're no longer talking about global warming, we're dealing with local warming. It's not an abstract concept anymore because this affects us all personally. They stress the importance of home hardening, vents, gutters, windows, fencing, gates, zone zero clearance. And in urban neighborhoods, all homes need to be hardened because it's herd immunity. And if we don't have each home done, then when that urban conflagration starts and it goes home to home ignition, which is what happens, if there is a weak link, the fire will find it and then we will all suffer. 90% of homes burn because of fire embers entering through the vents. So that's why it's so important to do that home hardening. And the motto was, we have to design, align, and invest in fire prevention. And a major goal is to close the communication gap between cities and authorities and the general public, because there's a lot of disinformation out there, and we need to do a better job educating our residents. And they stress that we have to have reasonable expectations on what can be controlled, especially when it comes to evacuations. We must change, learn, and improve. We don't have any other choice. So we have to build a culture of preparedness. And then on Saturday, Councilmember Anderson and I also attended the Regional Firewise Leaders Workshop, and I would like to thank our Agoura Hills resident, Peter Feller. I don't know if he's here this evening, but he did an amazing job putting that together. The County of Los Angeles were there. Our Fire Chief, Drew Smith, talked about this. Does everybody know about Ready, Set, Go? Does anybody know about Ready, Set, Go? Okay, good. You can download it on the Los Angeles County Fire Department website. It's fire.lacounty.gov, and it'll tell you everything you need to do to get ready. And I always thought ready meant, well, start to get ready to evacuate. It doesn't. They've changed it. Ready means have you home hardened? Have you cleared the area around your house? And all the other things we need to do well in advance. So I would encourage all our residents, I'll hold it up for the cameras, please go to their website, download this brochure and get more information, because we can never know enough. And then let me see, what was the other? Yes, Captain Drew Smith said red flag days are announced 2 days in advance, and his advice is go to Palm Springs. I mean, literally, that's what he said. He said, you know 2 days in advance what's coming. If we were living in Florida and there was a Cat 5 hurricane heading straight for us, we would be leaving a couple of days ahead of it. We wouldn't wait until it hit the shore to get out. And basically, that's what he's saying, that everything has changed. I moved here in '98. Some of you have been here a lot longer than that. And what he's saying now is circumstances have changed, the environment has changed, and we have to change our perception of what we do and when we do it, and we have to do it a lot earlier. And then finally, this Saturday, they announced that it's going to be a fire safe festival at let's see, where is this going to be? At the Wildfire Learning Center at Tapia Park in Malibu Canyon. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and attendees will be able to engage with local professionals to learn about fire ecology, home hardening, best defensible space and land management practices, fire-safe construction, native plants, and they told me that you can get free plants there if you're looking for native plants to put into your garden. So I would encourage everyone, if they have the time, to go and do that. So those are my 2 reports. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
I've got a question for Councilman Smith. I know last year we had $1,000 grants to do the vents and do home hardening. Do we still have money from the state or from the county?
That was from the city funds,
Okay.
and that we will be discussing at our finance subcommittee meeting.
All right, awesome. And then you mentioned the Fire Safe Council in Agoura Hills. We have currently a Fire Safe Council.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's their kind of goal or job?
Peter and his helpers have been distributing free mesh to all our residents. You have to be a resident of Agoura Hills to get it.
Okay.
But I would urge anybody, if you don't live in Agoura Hills, do it anyway, because it's well worth it. I mean, if you know your house is as secure as it can be before you evacuate, you're going to be much more comfortable leaving your house. And also, since you bring it up, one of the departments at UCLA is public health, and I spoke to the professor there, and she said she cannot stress enough. People don't realize when they stay behind to defend, they are putting their health long-term at risk.
Great.
So I'm going to try and hopefully in the future we can do some education workshops have her come out and talk to our residents about that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for attending those workshops. Really appreciate it. Moving on, before we move on to the public comments, I will defer to City Attorney Lee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to provide a friendly reminder to everyone that tonight's agenda includes separate opportunities for public comment. As the Mayor will explain in a moment, the next portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the City Council meeting's agenda this evening, but within the City Council's jurisdiction. The City Council will also later conduct a public hearing on agenda item number 6 related to the evacuation analysis. If you wish to comment specifically on item number 6 regarding the evacuation analysis, please wait until that item is called. Note that comments presented during the public hearing for item number 6 must relate specifically to that item. If you provide comments on that item during the general public comment period, you will not have another opportunity to speak again during the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments. This section is reserved for individuals wishing to speak on items not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. If you have materials to distribute to the council, please do not approach the dais. Instead, provide them to the city clerk for distribution on your behalf. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Written comments submitted by individuals may not be read aloud by another speaker. Individuals addressing the council shall refrain from disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. I will now defer to the city clerk for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did receive written correspondence prior to 4 p.m. today. It was forwarded to the City Council prior to the meeting. It will be part of the permanent record. And the comments were submitted by Steve Jacobson, Agoura Hills, Robin and Don Carr, Patrick Murray, Agoura Hills, Linda Brendan, Agoura Hills, Chris Cumbo, Gary and Joanne Wasserman, Oak Park, and Elizabeth Moore, Agoura Hills. And we do not have any written correspondence or speaker cards in person this evening.
Thank you so much. Now to the consent calendar. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items on the consent calendar. I will now defer to the city clerk for any public comments.
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence, nor do we have any speaker cards.
Are there any questions from the city council on the consent calendar? Seeing or hearing none, I will now call for a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar. Will the makers of the motion and the second please state your names?
City Councilman Chris Anstead makes a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Councilmember Anderson seconds.
Great. I would defer to the city clerk for roll call.
Councilmember Anderson?
Aye.
Councilmember Andested?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Wolf, you have approval 5-0.
Great, thank you. So moving on to public hearing item number 6. But before I proceed, I will defer to City Attorney Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we begin this item, I want to clarify that according to California law, which is the Brown Act, the City Council is limited to discussing only those matters that appear on tonight's agenda and cannot address unrelated topics. This means for item number 6, the council will be discussing only the evacuation analysis and related revisions to the safety element. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is to conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of resolution number 26-2129, approving the general plan amendment to revise the table of contents and the safety element with the updated multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, the adopted evacuation plan, and the updated evacuation analysis, and make findings of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. I will now open the public hearing and defer to Community Development Director Robbie Nesevic for the staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Tonight we'll be discussing a proposed general plan amendment that incorporates an evacuation analysis into our safety element and makes other minor updates, which we'll get into during the presentation. Here with me tonight is Charmaine Yambao, our Public Works Director and City Engineer, and we also have Matt Stewart, who works for Kimley Horn and is our city traffic engineer. So for tonight's agenda, I'll be giving you a brief overview of the project description, followed by the project background. I will then toss the ball over to Matt to discuss the evacuation analysis, and I'll finish the presentation by touching on updates to the general plan, CEQA, next steps, and staff's recommendation. So moving on to the project description, I first want to say just how happy I am that we have so many people show up for the Planning Commission meeting a couple weeks ago, and that now we have so many people here tonight getting involved in the public planning process. I know this subject is really important to all city residents as well as to staff. And that being said, we received many public comments, and based on the comments that we received, it is clear that there is some misinformation out there about what this project is actually doing.
Excuse me, we have, I'm counting 4 open seats still, and we're going to be opening the overflow room. So there's a seat here, there's a seat here, there's a seat here, there's a seat there. And we are working on opening the overflow room.
All right, I'll talk louder for now just so that everybody can hear me, even if they're not directly in the room. So many comments that we received expressed worries about housing at the commercial centers on Canaan Road, housing density in general, or even concerns about the city shutting down roadway lanes during emergencies. First, I want to make it abundantly clear that this project does not approve any new housing units in any capacity. This project also does not make any modifications to the city's existing evacuation plan. It does not approve any physical development or permanent roadway modifications. And it also does not approve any action which would reduce roadway capacity, and it does not affect land use, zoning, or housing in any form. So, what does this project do? Well, recent state legislation requires cities to identify evacuation routes and their capacity, safety, and viability, and evacuation locations under a range of emergency scenarios. So, at its core, this project analyzes the capacity and safety of existing evacuation routes and uses that data to determine whether the evacuation routes are viable and to inform potential future planning efforts. There are also minor textural amendments proposed for the general plan, which include adopting the evacuation analysis by reference as part of the safety element, and updating other language and exhibits within the safety element to reference current planning documents that have already been approved and adopted, such as the most current recent fire hazard severity zone maps, the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which was updated in 2024. And because that is a mouthful, I'm going to simply refer to the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan throughout this presentation as the HMP. So I also want to explain to everybody what the city's actual role is during an evacuation. So the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office or the Los Angeles County Fire Department are the agencies with the authority to order an evacuation and conduct emergency efforts directly related to an incident. All decisions are made by the established incident commander for the emergency in consultation with all relevant law enforcement agencies. Furthermore, California law gives the authority to law enforcement to restrict access to any area where a menace to public health or safety exists. It is not the role of the city's Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, to put up traffic control or restrict access to specific areas. This means that the ultimate decision on whether to implement certain traffic control measures, including counterflow, is at the discretion of incident command. In other words, the city does not manage the emergency itself. Instead, it supports incident command by coordinating resources, interagency communication, communication with the public, and doing pre-emergency planning. We also work with emergency response agencies to develop long-range plans for emergency response specific to the city. On the screen are some broad examples of the role of the city's EOC. So moving on to the project background, how did we get here? So recent state legislation, notably AB 747 and AB 1409, require that upon the next revision of a local hazard mitigation plan, the safety element shall be reviewed and updated as necessary to identify evacuation routes in their capacity, safety, and viability, and evacuation locations under a range of emergency scenarios. So, simply put, this evacuation analysis is required by state law. Agoura Hills adopted the HMP on August 28, 2024, and city staff began reviewing and updating the safety element prior to its adoption in compliance with the law. After a review of the safety element and the HMP, staff determined that it was necessary to begin drafting the evacuation analysis that is before the City Council today. An initial draft of the evacuation analysis and general plan updates were brought before the Land Use and Economic Development Subcommittee, or LUEDC, during a public meeting on March 27, 2025, which was advertised on the city's website. Following the LUEDC meeting, the item went to the Planning Commission on May 1st, 2025, where many members of the public were in attendance. At the Planning Commission meeting on May 1st, 2025, city staff presented the draft evacuation analysis and received feedback from the Planning Commission, which can be categorized as follows. Incorporate an emergency scenario involving the evacuation of residences, businesses, and children while schools are in session. Address public safety communication strategies with cooperation from outside agencies, and reevaluate the number and size of cars evacuating from Old Agoura. So after receiving feedback from the Planning Commission, staff issued an additional task order to Kimley Horn to analyze an additional wildfire scenario with children in school. We also added an additional passenger car equivalent factor to Old Agoura to accommodate horse trailers. And after the revised analysis was completed, it was distributed to CAL FIRE, the California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, or the BOF, the California Office of Geological Survey, and other local agencies that may provide emergency services to the city, such as the Los Angeles County Fire Department and Sheriff, and the Ventura County Office of Emergency Services. So CAL FIRE is the administrative arm of the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. When the city distributed the evacuation analysis and safety element update to the BOF and CAL FIRE, staff worked directly with Fire Captain Joe Kennedy of CAL FIRE to address comments during an initial 90-day public review period. After all comments were addressed, Captain Joe Kennedy presented the city's safety element update and evacuation analysis to the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, specifically the Resource Protection Subcommittee, during a public meeting that occurred on March 10, 2026. During the public meeting, the Resource Protection Subcommittee noted that the city's safety element and proposed evacuation analysis were one of the best and most thorough that they have ever seen. And this is a huge testament to the hard work that Matt and Charmaine and the whole team have put into this evacuation analysis, because the BOF reviews every safety element in the state of California. Following the meeting on March 10, 2026, the BOF and CAL FIRE issued a formal letter recommending no changes to the city's proposed safety element or evacuation analysis, and the letter also describes in detail how the city's safety element and evacuation analysis meet all statutory requirements. This letter is attached to the staff report. On April 16, 2026, the Planning Commission considered the project during a public meeting. After reviewing the staff report and supporting documentation and listening to public testimony, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the evacuation analysis and related general plan amendments. Now I'm going to turn it over to our traffic engineer, Matt Stewart, to discuss the evacuation analysis.
Thank you, Robbie. Hi, everyone. So we conducted the evacuation analysis compliant with the two recent bills, Assembly Bill 747 and 1409. The purpose of the study is to identify the evacuation routes for all neighborhoods in the city and analyze the capacity, safety, and viability, and then also identify the evacuation locations under a range of scenarios. And the data that is generated by the analysis will be used by the city to identify possible mitigation measures that can be implemented by emergency personnel. So in order to conduct the study, there's the legislation, and then there's guidance from Cal OPR, the Evacuation Planning Technical Advisory. So the analysis followed that guidelines. It was also based on the city's existing evacuation plan from 2020 to identify the sectors of the city. For the purpose of the evacuation gateways, the US 101 freeway on-ramps were used as the ultimate gateways for each route. City residents and residents in Oak Park and Santa Monica Mountains would use the gateways and then proceed further along US 101 to ultimate evacuation locations outside the city. The analysis includes 4 scenarios. The first 2 were conducted originally and presented to Planning Commission last year, and the second 2 were added based on feedback from members of the public and the Planning Commission. All 4 are wildfire scenarios, which are considered the most significant risk to the city of Agoura Hills among various other potential hazards. The scenarios include nighttime scenarios where all residents are assumed to be at home, and also a daytime scenario where fewer residents would be at home, but all schools would be fully occupied, and additionally workers would be in the city. And 3 of the scenarios cover a wildfire originating northeast of the city, which based on historical data is the significantly most likely location for wildfires to originate, and then spread towards the city from the northeast in a south or southwesterly direction. There's also one scenario, number 2, analyzing a fire approaching the city from the south and then spreading north. And these scenarios were selected to understand a range of scenarios and what the impact to the roadway segments would be for each one. So I think I covered several of these points. And yeah, I just want to reiterate the 4th point that the daytime scenario does include all schools in operation and fully utilized, and that was added specifically based on Planning Commission feedback. So the study includes a lot of assumptions. It's a fairly technical analysis, so we want to highlight what the key assumptions are so everyone can understand. There's one key volume factor applied to Canaan south of the US 101, and that's because during the daytime there's a lot of traffic coming from Malibu towards the city. So this reflects the fact that during the daytime that road is already very congested by people that wouldn't be part of the populations considered to evacuate. So that's a factor included. It does, number 2, all city residents, Oak Park residents, and Santa Monica Mountain residents would evacuate to US 101 gateway locations to establish a worst case demand of roadway capacity. And the study does estimate a full build out of the city's general plan and housing element. So it's both the existing conditions and a full build out, so to establish conservative assessment. Number 4, we included the assumption that each household would have 2 vehicles throughout the city and the Oak Park and Santa Monica Mountain communities. This is based on data regarding the number of vehicles that households have currently in the city. And lastly, in Old Agoura, a passenger car equivalent factor was added to account for the fact that a lot of residents use larger vehicles to evacuate horses and other wildlife, and there's a larger number of large vehicles in that area. So this factor accounts for the fact that there will be larger vehicles using the roadway during an evacuation. Next, a few more assumptions. So in the nighttime scenario, all residents are assumed to be at home and needing to evacuate. And then for the daytime scenario, we used big data to understand how many non-residents come into the city on a daily basis to work or for other means. So that was how the population was developed during the daytime. And then the first 2 scenarios, which consider a phased evacuation approach, the data to know how many residents evacuate during the voluntary phase versus mandatory was based on real data from the Woolsey fire. So the capacity analysis is the key part of this evacuation analysis. So we wanted to highlight the numbers and how the capacity of a roadway segment is determined. Essentially, it's based on the number of the number of lanes on the road. So for a single lane, under ordinary conditions, the capacity is 1,900 vehicles per hour per lane. But during an evacuation, the capacity is constrained because of just the challenges, people trying to evacuate quickly. There can be various things reducing capacity, but especially during the daytime, there's additional vehicles on the road just going about their day. They may not be residents of the city or workers, so there's a larger factor, 0.7, that reduces the capacity of the roads during the daytime. And 0.7 multiplied by 1,900 goes down to 1,330. So it's roughly 500 vehicles that can be assumed to be on the road per lane per hour that would reduce capacity for people to evacuate. The other key factor I mentioned was Canaan south of Agoura having additional volume added. So there's both a capacity factor and a volume factor to define a worst case scenario. So doing the analysis, calculating the number of vehicles that would need to evacuate from each sector in the city, and then routing them from their homes and businesses and schools to the evacuation locations. We calculated the volume to capacity ratio on every roadway segment in the city. And this table highlights the segments where that volume to capacity ratio is higher. And we defined a threshold of 1 to highlight on the screen. So these are the segments that have the highest volume seeking to evacuate compared to the available capacity on the roadway. And it's probably roadway segments most people would expect. It's Reyes Adobe and Canaan. And so these are the streets where in an evacuation, they're most significantly impacted. And the volume to capacity ratios will range depending on the evacuation scenario. But in each of these cases, it's above 1, indicating evacuation for that segment would take over an hour. So once the city identified which segments are the most constrained and have a higher V over C ratio, the next step was to identify measures to reduce that ratio to improve evacuation. So the first one is temporary roadway capacity enhancements through counterflow operation. Second would be providing early notification through established communication systems when high hazard events are forecast. Third, along the same lines, is facilitating early voluntary evacuation. Fourth is to work with emergency personnel to redirect vehicles away from congested roadway segments. So recognizing that each evacuation will have different patterns of people leaving at different times. Real time having personnel route people into the segments with available capacity at the moment. Number 5, identifying and procuring communication tools that can be leveraged for information sharing and educating the public. And then number 6, engaging local and regional organizations to conduct community-facing preparedness exercises. So we just covered the capacity of evacuation routes. There's 2 other tools or metrics we needed to assess routes to comply with the state legislation. So number 2 is safety. And based on the OPR technical advisory, evacuation routes are considered safe if they do not face an increased risk of becoming inaccessible or unsafe due to hazardous conditions. And based on the analysis, all routes are determined to be safe in all scenarios because they have continuous paved surfaces, generally contain roadway shoulders, and lack potential physical barriers. And then the third metric is the viability. And based on the technical advisory, evacuation routes are viable if they reasonably enable populations to leave an area at risk or reach temporary areas of refuge under a range of scenarios. And the analysis found that the routes are determined to be viable in all scenarios because they reasonably enable populations to reach evacuation locations through the 101 gateway. And to conclude, the city's evacuation routes are considered both safe and viable. For locations where the capacity is projected above 1.0, recommendations are included in the report to improve roadway segments. And to summarize, the evacuation analysis provides invaluable data that will help the city and emergency personnel with future evacuation planning efforts. Hand it back to Robbie.
Thank you, Matt. The updated evacuation analysis requires textual amendments to the city safety element to incorporate the new evacuation analysis by reference. Updates are also proposed to incorporate current planning documents into the safety element, such as the existing HMP and evacuation plan, which were both already adopted by the city. The city also adopted the new fire hazard severity zones in 2025, so figure S4 has been updated to contain the most recent zones. Lastly, the table of contents is being updated to add the evacuation analysis and the existing evacuation plan as appendices to the general plan. All changes to the safety element and table of contents are provided in legislative format as an attachment to the staff report. So the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, requires environmental analysis for projects that would have a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect change in the environment. This project will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, as its contents are limited to identifying evacuation routes, analyzing their capacity, safety, and viability, and providing recommendations. The recommendations and activities in the evacuation analysis are limited to specific signal timing plans, counterflow operations, and alternate evacuation routes, none of which involve physical improvements. Therefore, the project is exempt from the application of CEQA pursuant to the following regulations. State CEQA Guidelines Section 15262, Feasibility and Planning Studies exemption, because the evacuation analysis involves only a feasibility study for possible future actions which the city has not approved, adopted, or funded. State CEQA Guidelines Section 15269, Emergency Projects exemption, because the evacuation analysis recommendations involve specific actions necessary to prevent or mitigate an emergency. State CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Existing Facilities exemption, because the evacuation analysis recommendations involve the operation of only existing public facilities involving no expansion of existing or former uses. And State CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, or the Common Sense exemption, because the safety element textual updates will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, as the amendment is limited to textual changes that do not involve any physical improvements. Therefore, it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the amendment to the general plan safety element would have a significant effect on the environment. So, over the last few months, I've met with many members of the public. I actually see some of those members in the room today, and after discussing the project, one of the first questions is always, so what happens if we approve this evacuation analysis, and what are the next steps? So the short answer is that if the project is approved tonight, it will ensure compliance with the law. However, our end goal for this evacuation analysis was never to simply comply. So that is why this evacuation analysis goes above and beyond what is required by statute. What this evacuation analysis will do is allow us to make more informed decisions in the future. It also provides recommendations for where to target our future evacuation planning efforts, although to be clear, we are not limited to those recommendations. So the first step in any future evacuation planning efforts would be close regional coordination with the agencies that provide emergency services to Agoura Hills, including but not limited to the fire department, the sheriff, and the Office of Emergency Services. The city will be proactive in engaging with those agencies to determine any necessary updates in the future. And separately, we are already conducting other evacuation planning efforts. Just to name a few, we have worked to secure generators for critical intersections that may be used during emergencies to ensure that those signals don't go out during power outages. And we have also finished a draft Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP, that will be considered at the City Council meeting on May 27th. So community safety is obviously one of our top priorities, and we want to make everybody feel safe and that their voices are heard. And in any future steps, community engagement will be critical in all of our ongoing and future efforts. And so with that, staff recommends that the City Council of the City of Agoura Hills adopt resolution number 26-2129, approving a general plan amendment to revise the table of contents in the safety element, Chapter 5, Community Safety, with the updated multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, the adopted evacuation plan, and the updated evacuation analysis, case number GPA 2024-0007, and make findings of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, staff is available for any questions.
Great, thank you for that thorough report. Before we move on to public comment, we're going to go to council member question. So to start with the council member question, I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, Robbie. A couple of questions in addition to the many conversations we've had already. So first, I want to clarify. This is an analysis, but it's not our evacuation plan, right? These are two different requirements in the sense that this is the math of the road capacity, but our evacuation plan is a separate document that shows, look, if you live in Agoura, in Old Agoura, you're probably taking this route. If you live in Morrison, you take that route. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so it's an analysis, it's not a plan. And the last time we updated our plan was after our housing element in 2022?
Correct, it was concurrent with our housing element.
Okay. And this, just to clarify, this analysis includes a full build-out that is not in existence right now. So this analysis assumes that every inch of our housing element is built out to the maximum amount, with the maximum people, with the maximum units to be on the conservative side of evaluating the impacts. Is that right?
Yes.
With hotels, with cars, with horses. Okay, so anything close to this scenario is not currently in existence. This would be years and years in the future, but we're doing this because it's the most conservative. This is not what exists today.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. My next question is, again, you said it, just the role of the city. We don't close roads. We don't determine evacuation routes. That's the command center, the sheriff's and/or fire, or both.
That's correct. Any evacuation planning efforts that are directly related to the emergency would be handled by incident command.
Our role is to communicate that.
Yes.
And to liaise. Okay.
Yep.
So my next question is, table 2 on the staff report, it talks about the roadway segments with vehicles to capacity over 1.0, which is kind of the standard. But that does not show the counterflow. That shows regular roadways as we have it today. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then deep in the evacuation analysis on page 45, that shows the counterflow. Am I looking at that correctly?
Yes.
So can you just explain in broad terms how counterflow, which we wouldn't counterflow in two, so Canaan Road, for example, has 2 lanes for the most part in each direction. Counterflow would only be one of those extra 2 lanes, is that right? We always need to keep one lane open for emergency vehicles going towards the fire.
Yes.
Okay, so how does using one extra lane of counterflow affect the numbers on table 2, which shows the segments over 1.0?
So on page 45 of the draft evacuation analysis, it shows in each scenario how the counterflow measures would reduce that volume to capacity ratio. And you can see that it significantly reduces those volume to capacity ratios with the temporary capacity enhancements. And so I think in effect, you would then be left with scenario 1 having three segments north of Canaan Road that still have a VC ratio over 1.0, and it would alleviate other roadway segments. I take that back. There's one segment in scenario 4 that also has a VC ratio over 1 on Canaan.
In scenario 4.
Yeah.
So most of the, so only one, well, it's 3 segments, but it's Canaan Road, remains over 1.0 with the counterflow?
That's correct, but it is significantly reduced.
Okay. And who makes that call of counterflow? Is it only sheriff or fire, or does the city have any role in helping make that call to counterflow, if that's what we need?
Yeah, so as of right now, it's incident command. The city kind of works with them in pre-planning efforts, so there are options kind of available to us in the future, but as of right now, it is incident command.
So it's incident command that would make that call, but would it be sheriffs or?
It depends on the type of emergency. So if it's usually the sheriff that is handling the actual roadways, so the firefighters would be fighting a fire, the sheriff might be in charge of the actual roadways, but usually the head of incident command depends on the actual emergency. So in a fire, it's usually the fire department, and other types of emergencies, it may be the sheriff.
Is that something that if we train, and maybe this is a question for our city manager, if we trained our CERT team to be able to assist with, is that legally possible? I know not anybody can just go out and say we're closing this road and let's do it. But if we had certified, city certified team to help with that counterflow, because to me, counterflow is one of the biggest ways that we're able to address a crush of sudden evacuation at nighttime with everyone home, that kind of thing.
To answer your question, yes. So the counterflow would be directed by the incident command, but it would take a multi-agency effort to implement it. So our volunteers could participate if they are trained properly in traffic control and set up and those type of things.
Okay, thank you. And then drawing on what happened with Woolsey, if I recall, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if I recall, LA County evacuated prior to Ventura County. So Oak Park, for example, got the call to, and it's not that what everyone did, but they got the mandatory call after LA County. And so I know that we have since moved to zones, and that's all of LA County, I believe, is using zones to evacuate. But how do we coordinate if a lot of these scenarios have phased evacuations, how do we coordinate that with Ventura County? I understand that it's under an incident command, but they don't use the same zone, they don't use the same methods that we do. So how do we coordinate that?
So there have been coordinated efforts to share information, including the zones that exist in Los Angeles County. And in an incident where it may be multiple jurisdictions or counties that are involved, they have already spoken and they have an understanding of how our zones are set up, and they have that information available to them as well.
Okay. Another question I have is, how often do we update this analysis? And relatedly, how often do we update the actual evacuation plan?
So this is the first time we're adopting this particular plan because it's a relatively new law that requires this analysis. We can, if this is adopted, we can update it whenever we would like after that, just if we wanted to. For the evacuation plan, it's the same thing. Typically, If you have significant changes in land use patterns throughout your city, that's typically when you update these types of documents and plans, because if you have different land use patterns that have changed, then you're going to need to reevaluate that. So that's why it typically goes hand in hand with housing element updates, and that's when you typically evaluate your evacuation as well.
So our next housing element is probably going to be kicking off in the not too far future. Are we doing this concurrently again, or are we waiting until after it's adopted?
Yeah, we will likely start working on our next housing element in 2027.
Okay. Okay. And again, does this go hand in hand, or do we wait until we see how that plays out?
We don't have to wait and see. We don't have to. No.
Okay. And then for right now, and I may have more later. Thank you. My last question I wrote down was, every city in the state is required to do this analysis?
That's correct. And there's different statutory timelines depending on the agency. For us, it was upon the adoption of the local hazard mitigation plan in August of 2024. So that's when we were required to begin updating the evacuation analysis.
And are the other cities in our Council of Governments, so Malibu, Westlake Village, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, are they in the process of this? Have they done it?
To my knowledge, we're the first one. We're ahead.
Okay. Okay, that's my first round. If I have more, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll keep it on this side. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you so much, Mayor Wolf. And Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez, thank you, because a lot of your questions actually go exactly in the direction that I was curious about going in, and it's really around the counterflow measures. As I read through this report, and Matt, I got to that scenario one where our ratios were 2.07 and 2.84 and 2.19, my heart dropped. And then I got to page 41 of this report that talks about these counterflow measures. Like, there is an answer to this. And so Robbie and Charmaine and Matt, I appreciate the time that you guys spent with me walking through, because I understand that we needed to do this to satisfy the law, but Robbie, as you said, it's not about satisfying the law. It's about helping us make sure that we can evacuate safely. And one of the things that this analysis does then is give us, no pun intended, a bit of a roadmap to do that. And so, Robbie, I just want to ask you, and potentially Matt, some of these questions too that we talked about. So I understand that the decision about whether to implement these counterflow operations, like reversing a lane on a road, is not in our control. But what is in our control, and Councilmember Sylvester, it gets back to what our professor said. It's design. This is part of the design. Align, make sure that we are, and what the professor elaborated on is align basically means get all the players into the room as early as possible so that you can connect and make sure that you're doing this well. So what's in our control is the planning. So Robbie, on page 41, it says to successfully use counterflow lanes during an evacuation, traffic control devices will be placed. It talks all about the things that that are needed to be done. And it says an overview of the city's approach to temporary roadway capacity implementation is as follows. So number one is the city of Agoura Hills will prepare a plan for implementing temporary roadway capacity enhancements, such as counterflow lanes during a natural hazard event. So can you talk about what that looks like, and then also some of the steps we could take even in advance of a plan?
Absolutely. So the first step to really any plan is coordination with those regional emergency agencies that provide support to the city. So that would be the fire department, that would be the sheriff, that would be Office of Emergency Services. So the first thing would be doing that sort of coordination, and then figuring out kind of who does what and when. So that's kind of the initial steps of the plan, and obviously public outreach is a huge part of that as well, but that's step one.
And when you say doing coordination, may I push us on that, and is that something that we will proactively, as the city of Agoura Hills, make happen?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. And then that coordination is us just connecting with those folks and saying, we've got this analysis, we are going to need to implement counterflow measures, or we believe there's a distinct possibility we're going to need to implement counterflow measures, giving them some sense of that. And then what comes next in terms of putting an actual plan together?
Yeah, I mean, so that would depend on the conversations that we have with those other agencies. So I can't set anything in stone right now, but that would be kind of part of the process of building together the plan, what works best, when would we implement counterflow, and who's implementing counterflow. So all of that would be part of that initial stages.
Is there a world where if this is adopted tonight, and if our wildfire protection plan is also adopted, we would seek funding to actually put together a robust plan to be able to truly implement this well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. And then my next question gets to something that Mayor Pro Tem Clem Lopez talked about, is the need for traffic personnel to be able to support this. So question number 2 is, City of Agoura Hills will educate and train traffic control officers, because as we all know, our sheriff is terrific, our fire department is terrific, and when something like the Palisades happened, and something like Altadena happened, and even this happened in Woolsey, they're called to all different directions. So we here in Agoura Hills need something to augment, because we can't be sure that the sheriff is going to be able to have folks here. So talk to me about some of the creative things that we are thinking about to make sure, because we have traffic control officers in multiple places. We've got them doing it here, and then when you get to page 46, which are the additional implementation measures, we talk about the need to station emergency personnel to be traffic control officers. So that's a key part of us evacuating safely, are these traffic control officers. So talk to me about how we're going to get creative around that.
Yeah, there's a number of different options, from hiring a consultant to be kind of on call just in case of any emergency event. On top of that, we can utilize CERT in certain ways, and our volunteers from CERT who play a critical role in emergency response. We actually, as the city, we swear an oath to serve the city in any emergency event. So we actually work 24/7 during emergencies. So city staff is also a possibility as well.
As well as city council members and the husbands of city council members, potentially?
Yep, if you so choose.
Okay, I don't have any more questions right now.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will now move on to Councilmembers Ansted.
I will take it from here. So I definitely have some questions for you, Robbie. I think the first thing I have that comes to my mind is we're talking about the city, but we haven't talked about any of the surrounding areas and the people that are going to have impact on our roads. So, I mean, a couple things that come to my mind is the Oak Park area, obviously, and also the Malibu Lake region as well. Can you tell me how we're accounting for those residents being on the road as well, and how that's factored into this analysis?
Yes, we do anticipate vehicles from Oak Park and from the Santa Monica Mountains. So it's in the analysis exactly how many vehicles we anticipate from each of those areas.
So you have factored in
Yes.
residents?
Yes.
As well?
Yeah.
Okay. And because one of the things I think that I think, first of all, I guess I need you to clarify, in the Woolsey fire, did we implement any countermeasures during that fire when the residents were trying to leave?
No. Not in terms of counterflow, no.
And so this adds an element that we did not have then at that time. Because
Yeah, it recommends implementation measures, yeah.
So the reason why I'm bringing it up is just because I know I experienced it, and I know other residents did, is that there was a lot more than 30 minutes to get out of the city during the biggest part of the rush to get out of the city at that time. So I just want to make sure we're factoring that in. And
Yeah.
I think when you brought up the VC over one, and I guess for the first time, I don't know if it was, I did not see it in there, but you described that the VC over 1.0 means that a resident or a non-resident, if it was from one of these other areas, would be sitting in traffic over an hour?
That's correct, because the roadway capacity expects a certain number of vehicles to be able to pass through it in an hour. And so if it's at 1.0, that is an approximate number for how many vehicles can get through in an hour. So if it's exactly 1, the analysis says that it's probably going to take about an hour.
So if it's 2.3 in some cases, or 2.4, that would mean 2.5 hours to get out of.
That's correct,
Please.
roughly.
So that's a huge, I think that's a huge piece of information that a lot of people didn't
Yeah,
have coming into this analysis.
if I can add like a little more, I think it's the volume to capacity is not a one-to-one relationship with estimate for travel time. It's kind of a proxy. So it just indicates that if the VRC is 1.1 for Reyes Adobe, for example, the number of people seeking to evacuate could not all evacuate in 1 hour. But the people near the front would evacuate pretty quickly, and then the analysis assumes everyone's going all at once, but in reality, it's a little bit staggered. So the total time wouldn't be nearly an hour for any individual person.
All right, I appreciate that description, but I guess my point on asking you about that is, obviously the countermeasures are significant. It's very important in order for us to make sure our residents are safe. The plan for the counterflow is very significant, and we got to make sure, if this is going to be our initial analysis of what you're showing us is really, if all the housing was built out, there would be an issue with residents getting out without the implementation of the countermeasure.
I'm going to ask that we hold our applause, please.
So I do just want to say, the analysis determined that the evacuation routes themselves were safe and viable without the implementation measures, but the whole purpose of the analysis is to identify the areas for improvement. And so that's kind of the whole purpose for the analysis. And so that's what it aims to do.
You got it, and I think that's great. I mean, the analysis is really good, but then we got to, obviously, what other council members have mentioned here today is the plan that we move forward with has got to make sure, like, I can't just rely on the fact that the sheriff's going to tell us he's going to have people there to implement the counterflow. We're going to, like earlier was brought up, I think, from Councilmember Anderson, we're going to want those people to be internal here to the city and make sure these countermeasures are actually implemented.
Absolutely.
I think that's the biggest concern. So I appreciate you answering those questions. Let me see if there's any other questions. And I did see on there, so even when we did implement the counterflow measures, you mentioned there's still certain segments that are over the 1.0. What are we going to, what's kind of the plan for that?
So I think ultimately the most important thing is evacuating early and kind of really stressing that on residents. That I think that's what any evacuation analysis will show is that's what we really need to focus on, is evacuating right at the start. And don't wait. Don't sit and fight with your garden hose. Just leave. And so that is one of the most important things. But beyond that, we're always looking to improve the capacity. This particular.
Can we keep it down, please, so we can keep this moving? We're going to want to hear from everyone tonight. Please, this is not the time to speak.
This capacity is incredibly conservative in that it estimates that all residents are going to be traveling down Canaan Road in the event of an emergency. It doesn't take into consideration any measures in terms of improving that capacity because it was trying to do a worst case scenario. In reality, we are going to be looking to be out there and coordinating people off of the most off of the segments that are impacted the most capacity-wise. and it doesn't take into consideration certain segments that may cut through Morrison Ranch to get to Reyes Adobe, that evacuate north out of the city. So it really is the most conservative scenario.
Okay. And can you tell me, like, one of the things I did not see in any of the alternatives is if one of the roadway segments, and let's say, unfortunately, if it was Canaan, if the fire comes across Canaan, and again, I guess this would be addressed in the next step, would be what's the plan then to move people from Canaan to our other alternative roads in order to be able to get out?
Yeah, so that is kind of, this is one of the first steps,
Got it.
right? So if this analysis gets adopted, then we can start working on implementation after this.
You say implementation, but you mean plan, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all, Chris.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you so much. First, I would like to thank staff. You've done an excellent job, and I second what all our fellow council members have said tonight. I think there's sort of a misunderstanding about what this analysis is, so I'm just going to ask you some basic questions that everybody else has asked, just so that everybody understands. This evacuation analysis is the first step. It is not the final step. This is the first step to give us information on how dangerous this city is right now, and we all acknowledge that. And that's why we've done this analysis, so that we can now move forward. And I know Councilmember Ann said you aren't on the wildfire plan that Councilmember Anderson and I have been working on for the last couple of months. I've been working with the Board of Forestry and the Zone Zero for the last year and a half. There is so much that's happening behind the scenes that a lot of people just aren't aware of. And we're using this data to go forward, correct?
Absolutely. It provides us with a framework.
Thank you. And we have taken the population growth that's predicted through the year 2035 and applied it to this basic analysis, evacuation analysis, correct?
Correct.
And again, it does include residents from Oak Park. Remember, not everybody from Oak Park will come down Canaan. Some will choose to go the other way on Lindero. So we don't have to take the whole population of Oak Park. We're looking at the segment that's closest to our county line. And we've also considered unincorporated areas of LA County, and I know Malibu Lake residents are very frightened, and I understand all of that. But we have been looking at those numbers, not just our Agoura Hills residents, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I would like to confirm that the original analysis that went before the Planning Commission a full year ago was sent back to get further updates on the middle of the night evacuation and on during the school day evacuation, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's not a quick analysis. They went back and did another whole year of looking at data to try and give us the strongest numbers they possibly could, which is why we're seeing, I know it's over 2 hours in some places. That shouldn't frighten you, but it should educate all of us that this is what we're dealing with. And I hope, well, that goes to my deliberation. I've got to stop. Okay, so we are going to be using this analysis as we move forward now with our subcommittees as we're doing further evacuation planning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we will then be able to consider whether we can have CERT volunteers, whether we have some other form of community volunteer brigade, and hiring outside private companies. These are all things we can take into consideration, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can also work with our school districts in both Oak Park and Las Virgenes, as they have done in Topanga, where they have declared online learning on red flag days. That is a possibility for us to do, correct?
We could work with the school district to discuss that.
Yes, thank you. And again, I want to stress that we are not responsible for making the call on when evacuations happen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let me see. And this analysis has nothing to do with any future housing developments, land use, or zoning changes, correct?
That is correct.
And most importantly, we can update this at any time because the general plan is considered a living document that we keep improving upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, if I done. And, so, because I sit on the COG, so we are the first city in the COG to be doing this traffic analysis.
To my knowledge, yes.
So we're moving rapidly. Our city is not waiting. We're moving forward.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we need to do this because in order to access grants and state funding and other maybe private sources, we need this analysis and plans to use that as a base going forward to find money to help us with further plans, correct?
Particularly the Community Wildfire Protection Plan will help with grants.
Thank you. Let me see. Okay, and I'm glad to see the counterflow has been added, that we have not looked at that previously, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, my questions are complete.
Thank you, council member. Some of my questions are regarding can you expand upon some of the changes that were made at the Planning Commission from the first Planning Commission meeting to the second regarding Old Agoura and animal evacuation and how that was incorporated into this analysis?
Yeah, one of the key changes was adding a heavy vehicle passenger car equivalent factor for a portion of the Old Agoura residents. So it's specifically, it's a 2.5 vehicle factor that takes into account that many residents are evacuating wild animals and horses in trailers.
And how was that data collected?
So it's based on knowledge of the portion of the community that has trailers and use those during the Woolsey fire. I know in the reported notes it's one out of every 5 households, but that's for the entire Old Agoura neighborhood, which includes the section with multifamily housing and some parts that don't have equestrian uses. So the areas with more horses will have a higher portion of heavy vehicles.
Okay, thank you. That answers that question. The next question is, can we talk about some of the improvements regarding evacuation notices that the city has made since Woolsey in 2018?
Absolutely. So since Woolsey, we hired a communication manager specifically to improve our communications and emergency response. We expanded some of our communication platforms, and we're always trying to get out there and get different populations with a variety of different communication platforms so that everybody can see those notifications.
And, okay, thank you. Another question I had was regarding hotel occupancy. This analysis considers that the hotels are at 100% occupancy. What is our typical hotel occupancy in the city of Agoura Hills?
It depends on whether it's a weekday or a weekend, so it'll likely fluctuate anywhere between 30 to 90%, depending on what day of the week it is.
And in all the scenarios, the analysis said that there was 100% occupancy at our hotels in the city.
That's correct, just to be conservative.
Okay, thank you. A question I have is, and it was kind of answered, but I'd like another clarification, is why this needs to be passed now, or what we're voting on today.
So we were required to begin reviewing our safety element upon the adoption of the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. And that was in August of 2024, so that's when we began working on this, actually a little bit before. So that was the onus for this project. So that's why we were required to begin working on this.
Okay. Thank you. And then can you expand upon some of the mitigation efforts that are being described?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to go over that, Matt?
Sure. I mean, one of the key ones, of course, is the counterflow. There's early recommending that residents evacuate early, providing improved communication. Let's see if we can pull up a slide summarizing a few of these. So yeah, in the report, it's categorized into more kind of physical improvements. So yeah, these three are kind of the three main ones. The counterflow, providing early notification through established communication systems, when high hazard events are forecasted, and then the early voluntary evacuation.
Okay, thank you. For right now, that concludes my questions. Am I seeing any other questions from council right now? If not seeing any, we're going to move.
Actually.
Oh, yep,
Okay,
Councilmember
so thank you.
Anderson.
There were two questions that came from public comment. You addressed, or actually three, you addressed one of them around, we had a question around concerning that the analysis assumes only 1 in 5 old Agoura households, and that's because it includes all of the multifamily and all the things. So the 1 in 5 actually makes sense. We had a second comment from another person in Old Agoura asking about the route from the northern end of Chesborough going south toward the freeway is shown at the end of Balkans and turn right towards Kolodny. There's a creek crossing at this point. Most of the very large horse trailer rigs are stationed at Chesborough. No one would delay evacuation by taking this long and circuitously dangerous route. So can you help alleviate that concern, or how do we answer that?
So I guess, could you clarify your question on, what I'm hearing you ask is, what if an evacuation route closes, it closes down?
No. So this is a comment that came in from one of our Old Agoura homeowners, and it did come in late this afternoon, which is just fine. But he is saying that there are two specific items in the Kimley-Horn evacuation analysis and involves the routes mandated.
Gotcha. We don't mandate evacuation routes. So again, we analyze a variety of different routes within the city. We identify them and we anticipate the capacity. So every emergency scenario is going to be different depending on where the emergency is. So they may take one route or another. What this analysis is trying to do is consider what's probable.
So we're not mandated any routes, and so it's if
No.
somebody wanted to take a different route. Okay, great. And then the last one came from a resident who pointed out, well, here, I'll read it. It says, the analysis fails to make any finding for the very possible scenario of an evacuation route being blocked by fire. This, in fact, happened with Wolsey when the 101 freeway was closed for many hours and evacuees were required to use the 23 freeway, which was jammed with cars unable to use the 101. So how do we answer that concern or that criticism of the analysis?
So we're required to analyze all of the evacuation routes and their capacity. And so primarily this analysis is a capacity analysis. And so we're trying to gather that data for what we can reasonably anticipate the capacity of each of our evacuation routes are going to be. Different things are always going to happen. We can't anticipate everything that's going to happen in an emergency. So the main goal of this analysis is just to identify the capacity that we anticipate on our evacuation routes.
But she points out that, so as I understand this, and Matt and Robbie, correct me, all roads flow to the 101 from this analysis. And she's saying, well, hold on, the 101 got closed during Wolsey. Like, what's our reason for not taking a look at what happens if the 101 gets closed?
So really, it's aimed at being as conservative as possible because we wanted to identify in which scenarios would there be the maximum amount of capacity on the city's roadways. So if we identify the 101 as the evacuation gateway, that actually puts the most city residents on the city's roadways as possible. So that's where we're getting the conservative capacity analysis from. Hopefully that makes sense.
It does. It still doesn't quite answer it, though, if the 101 is closed.
So theoretically, if the 101 is closed, you're also not going to get Oak Park coming to Agoura Hills. They're going to evacuate in a different way. So that and there's a bunch of, you can't analyze everything, right? So this is the most likely scenario, is evacuating onto the 101. And so what the goal of the evacuation analysis was is to identify a range of emergency scenarios and the expected capacity.
Yeah, to add, I think when the 101 is closed, I think the city also has Agoura Road exiting in both directions. There's Thousand Oaks towards the west. There's Canaan towards the north. So
Please,
the
will you please let him answer so we can all hear?
yeah. So within the city, we understand the capacity of all the city's roads, but were the 101 to close, that factors in emergency personnel will have to reroute the public to different routes to exit the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, I will now defer to City Attorney Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a lot of public commenters this evening, so I want to make a couple of notes to help things move along so that everyone has an opportunity to speak within a reasonable time frame. So when you are addressing the council, please direct all your comments to the mayor and the council members via the microphone. This way, everyone could hear your comments. If you have random comments from the audience, not everyone could hear. Certainly people on TV or in the overflow room are not able to hear you, so please direct your comments to the council via the microphone. Also, this portion of the meeting is intended for the council to receive public comment on the evacuation analysis, and the council members won't engage in conversation with speakers. Again, that will lengthen the time. What we're trying to do is make sure as many people are heard tonight, so if you could just keep that in mind. And I know I've repeated this multiple times, but again, for the benefit of people in TV land and also in the overflow room, the council can only discuss the items listed on tonight's agenda, and they can't discuss other unrelated items that, I think there are many residents that are legitimately concerned about, but we're only allowed to talk about the evacuation analysis at this time. So please ensure that your comments are related to specifically the evacuation analysis and any related amendments to the safety element at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The public hearing is open, and I will now defer to the city clerk to call up the first, I think, 3 batch of public comments.
First, we'll review written correspondence.
Oh, thank you. For public comment, I apologize.
Thank you. The city did receive written correspondence from a number of residents and outside agency members, and they were forwarded to the city council and will be included in the record. We have identified them by the residents' cities that they listed. So under Agoura Hills, we have Sandy Touts, Roberta Damiano, Christine Dale submitted 2, Patricia Aloy submitted 2, Steve Lee, Meredith O'Brien, Sandy Stivers or Stevers, Chris Stivers or Stevers submitted 3, Kira Krakowski, Nick J. Verzi, Robert Patton, Craig Reardon and Nancy Nee, Patricia M. Miller, Pat McGregor, Joanne Ventresca submitted 2, Hillary Waldinger, Richard Marks, Nancy Laporcio, Floyd Crump, Frank Greco, Ron Squires, Marilyn Spiegel, Ken and Michelle Fraser, Sandra Matthew, Karen Levine submitted 2, Jackie Lacombe, Nona Green, Laura Beth Heisen, Gary R. Baza, Amy Rippey, Jay Crutcher, Christine Richardson, Chris G., Gary and Pat McKenzie, Ray Grulick, Tara Farkash, Mary Weisbrock representing Save Open Space, Helene Klein, Marianne Rush, Jess Thomas representing Old Agoura homeowners, Paria Shabani submitted 2, Steve Littlejohn, William Margolin submitted 2. We have 1 from Agoura, Grant A. Bitter, PhD. We have 3 from Cornell, Jean Klein, Teresa Cavallari, and Jason R. Sanders, Vinskas and Associates, APC representing Prism. From Oak Park, Connie Feig, Iris Rozov, Miriam Gluser, Jim Shahan, Judith Jasperson, and no place of residence was listed for Jason Blatt, Judy Rifkin, Russell and Barbara Stone, Eva Larson, Rami Roche, Bernice Hayden, Garrett Williams, Heidi Algie, Hunter G., Yvonne Hatherell, Melissa Marks, Marlene Williams, Cindy Bright, and Jacqueline Tobin. We did receive a written in-person comment this evening from Gerald in Silver, and I will pass that on to the dais. And our first three in-person speakers, Cindy Larson, followed by Mary Weisbrock, followed by Carolyn Cass-Barton.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to read a little something. Welcome, and as a friendly reminder, public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Written comments submitted by individuals may not be read aloud by another speaker. I encourage to hold off on clapping, as it will lengthen the meeting, especially during the presenter's time, because that will take away their time. Again, you have 3 minutes to speak. Once your time is up, when you have 30 seconds left, a yellow light will turn up, and then when the red light, your time is up. After 3 minutes, we will be turning off the mic, and I will be asking for the next speaker to come up. I respect you all so much for coming out, and I'm really appreciative of you taking your valuable time to come here and speak tonight. It means a lot. And with that, I just ask for respect for the process. When the time is up, I will be asking the next speaker to come up. It is nothing personal, but every speaker has 3 minutes. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
My name is Cindy Larson, and I have lived in Old Agoura for 37 years. My God, what is wrong with you? Everyone is saying, shame on you for not having the common sense to understand that Canaan is in a severe fire zone and that no future building should be done on Canaan because it is not safe. You are ignoring not only the will of the people, but their welfare as well. Why doesn't the safety of the people who live here matter to you? Why don't you know the difference between right and wrong? Why are you willing to put our citizens at risk of injury or death? What is it that prevents you from seeing the facts and truth? Future fires will come, and if you build apartments anywhere on Canaan, our main evacuation route, devastation will occur because of the overload of cars trying to get out. You will be responsible for injuries and or deaths because of your outright, blatant refusal to stop building on Canaan. So you live with your conscience because of the worst decisions you could possibly make. So everyone is saying, stop it. Stop it now before it's too late. Use alternative sites, which you have, before it's too late. You have other sites to build on. Don't destroy our most precious landmark, Ladyface Mountain. Nothing should ever be built there. It should remain in its pristine condition for posterity, like Yosemite or Yellowstone. It is our Yosemite. Building on that corner will not only prohibit proper evacuation, but be a terrible scar on our city's beauty and open space. To block any part of Ladyface Mountain would be a travesty. So do the right thing. Don't build anywhere on Canaan. People's lives depend on it. Don't be villains, be saviors. Protect us. Don't hurt us and our beautiful community.
Mary Weisbrock, Save Open Space. There will be over 10,600 cars on Canaan at once in scenario 1. The VC will be 2.84 at Hill Rise. Fires move too fast now. In the Wolseley fire, it was 1 football field per 2 seconds. The assumptions like counterflow do not cure deadly Canaan. Now is the time to fix this general plan with its Exhibit B, the evacuation analysis. It's part of this general plan. And vote no. This revised general plan its official evacuation analysis requires an environmental impact report under CEQA, as this project has significant adverse impacts, including inadequate evacuation roadway capacity that could cause injuries or loss of life. It is foreseeable from this evacuation analysis that there could be injuries, including loss of human life as a result of significant delays in the traffic flow while attempting to escape a wildfire on Canaan and Driver. The on-the-ground experience of those during the Wolseley fire and the more recent 2025 Pacific Palisades fire are evidence of the potential significant impact to human life. Also, the evacuation analysis provides clear proof that Canaan Road is way over capacity in scenario number 1. Per CEQA, if a project has a potential to cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly, an EIR must be prepared. Since the city of Agoura Hills is 90% over high fire hazard severity zones, CEQA requires also that you do not approve this project when there are feasible alternatives that would lessen the planned 2035 build-out, allowing more dangerous density on our main evacuation route of Canaan. A total of 564 apartments at our 3 local Canaan shopping centers is deadly to put that additional density on an already deadly road. There is not adequate roadway capacity for safe evacuation on Canaan. Canaan Road does not have adequate capacity to safely handle the future volume of the build-out of 2035. In scenario 1, Canaan.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If I may, our next speaker is Carolyn Cass-Barton, who will be followed by Steve Goldman, Robert Weinstein, and Colleen Holmes.
Is on? Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Carolyn Cass-Barton. I'm a 47-year resident of Oak Park. I am here to urge you to stop any development along Canaan Road, both north and south of the 101. After experiencing the horrific Wolseley fire, I spoke to your city council about our severe evacuation conditions. There are 2 ways out of Oak Park during fire conditions, south on Lindero and south on Canaan Road. Both ways enter your city of Agoura Hills. There was a study done at the University of California, Berkeley after the Wolseley fire that states that Oak Park is in the worst 1% of the state for evacuation, as was Paradise, California, due to the greater numbers of people living in the highest risk zones per lane of major roadway out. The study, in fact, included Pacific Palisades at that time in 2020, and we all know what happened in the Palisades fire as people died trying to get out. I have already turned in a copy of the study to you in 2022, June of 22, as well as others to your city council at that time. Those of us who live on the eastern side of Oak Park use Canaan to evacuate, as do your own residents from Fountainwood and Morrison and Hillrise. The population density versus exit routes creates bottlenecks, especially with the power turned off on the traffic signals. We have already increased traffic with the addition of our 7 schools with out-of-district students using the Canaan access. In the 2018 Wolseley fire, we evacuated later around 10 p.m. as we stayed back to protect our house that backs up to open space. There was not enough fire trucks at the time in our area, and homeowners gathered to use pool pumps to put out the trees that had caught on fire, the embers that would have burned down our houses. We saved our own houses at the time. When we evacuated, 50% of the population had already gone due to earlier voluntary evacuation orders. It took us over 50 minutes to go the 2 miles from Smoke Tree Avenue down Canaan Road in bumper-to-bumper traffic to the CVS parking lot. If the fire would start in our adjacent hills and everyone was trying to evacuate at once with traffic signals out, it will be a nightmare disaster waiting to happen. With climate change, it is not about if, it is about when it will happen. We have turned in signatures to ask you to please not build along Canaan Road. I am urging you to stop any building both north and south of the freeway. If you have a choice of 17 other sites in Agoura Hills that would not impact our evacuation, either north or south along Canaan, save our beautiful open space.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My name is Steve Goldman. I've lived in Agoura Hills for 31 years, and my professional background is in research methodology, data modeling, and analytics. I'm speaking regarding the validity and reliability of the 2025 evacuation analysis you commissioned from Kimley Horn, which I've studied closely and prepared a report on. Based on my evaluation, I respectfully ask for a continuance until the analysis can be refined to better reflect real wildfire evacuation conditions in Agoura Hills. Because the issue before you tonight is not whether the study satisfies minimum statutory requirements. It's whether the assumptions accurately reflect how evacuations actually behave under wildfire conditions in Agoura Hills. And based on my assessment, they do not. First, the city's own analysis identifies multiple roadway segments operating above capacity during evacuation scenarios. Most alarming, portions of Canaan Road were modeled at volume to capacity ratios above 2.0. 2.84 near Hill Rise, 2.19 near Thousand Oaks Boulevard, 2.07 approaching the 101 ramps. That means evacuation demand exceeding roadway capacity by more than double in certain locations, even before accounting for smoke, disabled vehicles, emergency activity, power outages, or panic driving behavior. This is not congestion, it's system failure. Second, a credible evacuation model should be validated against actual evacuation performance, not just theoretical assumptions. During the Woolsey fire, I was personally stuck on the Canaan Road off-ramp trying to get back to my family to evacuate for more than 30 minutes without movement while emergency crews attempted to evacuate residents through the same corridor. And we now have repeated evidence from Woolsey, Camp, and Palisades fire showing that once evacuation traffic exceeds roadway capacity, evacuations can rapidly collapse into gridlock, trapping civilians and impairing emergency response simultaneously. When traffic stops moving during a wildfire evacuation that is no longer just a traffic issue, it becomes a life safety issue. So tonight, I respectfully ask the mayor and city council to pause this item until additional refinement and validation of the evacuation analysis can be completed. Because if the assumptions in the model are wrong, residents may not be able to evacuate safely during a major wildfire. And here's a copy of my analysis, and I'd like to present it at the next council meeting on May 27th.
Thank you.
Little traffic jam here. We don't even have to evacuate. Are we there? Okay, great. Thank you, council and mayor. My name is Robert Weinstein. I've been a resident of Agoura for over 30 years. I think you all represent us well overall. And based on your questions tonight, gave us all additional insights into your thoughts and your conviction and your desire to do well for us. In fact, pointing out we need to plan better, we need to be proactive based on things changing. But your comments also pointed out a number of flaws. As one example, the statement was made that this plan has nothing to do with housing development. We have all witnessed the counterintuitive way things go down, where building is based on saying, yes, we have an evacuation plan, therefore it's okay to build. We have the converse also, which is whoever came out with the calculation, as pointed out by the last speaker, the calculations are flawed. Being in the computer industry for many years, as the old saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. And the calculations are badly flawed, not because of my analysis or anybody else's. We all could see the amount of traffic each and every day in the morning, in the afternoon, and especially on beach weekends, where there's massive traffic independent of during any fire. This is independent of the claim by Planning Commission that with full bailed out, it still can maintain the amount of traffic on the roads. Obviously, it cannot, because it can't handle the traffic now in an evacuation just with the amount of housing that's here. And as reiterate, any additional building on Canaan is an abomination because it all impacts each and every one of us. We can all see what happens on Canaan, independent of whether the 101 is working or not and can handle the traffic flow. Whoever designed the exchange that was quote unquote updated, we see every morning, every afternoon, people darting in and out just to get on the freeway. There's not enough ability to handle the amount of congestion there today, not even in an evacuation. So anything you can do to address that with Caltrans or the state, possibly our Mayor Pro Tem, Debbie Klein-Lopez, running for state office could help affect some of that. But the bottom line is we're already negatively impacted before, and now we're considering additional building. God only knows why that could be even considered, let alone approved. Thank you.
Before our next speaker, I just want to mention that the next three will be Ron Troncaddy, Gerald Kasanovich, and Lorraine Crawford.
Hello, my name is Colleen Holmes. I represent the Cornell Preservation Organization, and I am the president of Wagon Road Ranchos. I live in Cornell. I understand that this analysis is the first step attempt by Agoura Hills to make Agoura Hills safer. But I have attended many meetings in the past, and this is probably the most filled meeting I've ever seen. There's obviously a lot of emotion here in making the right decision. And I ask, why are we allowing and approving these, well, not we, you, these dense housing developments without all of this criteria being sorted out first? It assumes this analysis that everything is going to be going perfectly well. It's very theoretical. What happens when people abandon their cars on the streets, like we saw in the Palisades Highlands? People tend to panic during fires, and we all know that. What happens when Canaan becomes closed during a fire event or 101 freeway? We touched on that a bit tonight. Shouldn't these questions be answered first before moving forward on impact density development? I'm just sort of thinking out of the hat here, but I remember when we saved Ladyface Mountain. I invited you, Jeremy, to come and look at it and witness how beautiful this land was and how important it was to save. And I think I talked to you too, Deborah. And you did something. You actually had people that actually did something, and now we have that gorgeous treasure of Ladyface Mountain. And I'm asking, can't we go a little outside of the box here? Maybe you can talk to the governor of California, who's making this happen. Maybe he should come here and actually see it, actually see the area. I remember when Ladyface was going on, I'm not a real big internet person, but I put out, I don't remember now what it was, but I got like 10,000 signatures in like a week to save Ladyface Mountain. People are very emotional about this. And I have one other idea. Why don't you do a mock fire drill? Maybe actually do one. Maybe not the whole thing, but just actually show how it works. And Penny Sylvester said tonight, when she went to the fire prevention class, change our perception of what we do. So maybe think outside of the box. Let's get some answers to make it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ron Troncaddy. I'm a 50-year resident of Old Agoura and past homeowners president. In this analysis regarding Old Agoura's evacuation, I have a problem with simply adding vehicle trips per day to address the horse trailer evacuation. A horse trailer is not the same animal, to quote a pun, as a vehicle. A horse trailer is completely different and wider and harder to drive, so it's not like driving down the street in a car. And I have a problem with that as it's shown in the analysis that they just added more vehicles to make up for the horse trailers. As well, there's another issue that they don't account for is you've got horse trailers going in as you have people going out. So you got crisscross traffic. Whereas other evacuations in other parts of the land, people are just evacuating, they're just leaving. But in Old Agoura, you have cars and trailers going into Old Agoura. Now we have a staging area. We use the Old Agoura Equestrian Facility to stage. But we have another opportunity. We have a critical gap in the large animal evacuation. Why the east side has the equestrian facility, the west side has nothing. And we have a lot on Lewis Road that can fulfill that. What I'm doing is I'm asking the city to formally explore a memorandum of understanding. That's a document that you could easily acquire with the county to immediately address the problem on the east side of Old Agoura. Unlike traditional lease or purchase, an MOU is a flexible as needed agreement that, I got this right here, that allows the city to activate site specificity during declared emergencies. This is a highly doable solution. It reduces your liability. It shifts the focus from year-round property management to targeted, localized solution for our equestrian residents to the east. This is a shovel-ready remedy. It's something you can do now. I can't emphasize the importance of getting something done now, not waiting till we can afford to purchase property, not waiting till we can afford to lease it. It's a formal MOU ensures the land is managed and utilized efficiently for public safety rather than sitting in jurisdictional vacuum. As of now, the city moves to purchase it. In the future, for said purposes, it still can happen. But right now, we need the...
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. Who is our next?
Is Gerald Kasanovich here? How about Lorraine Crawford?
My name is Lorraine Crawford, and I've lived in Agoura Hills for 25 years. Ms. Sylvester, a few minutes ago, you said the city is so dangerous due to wildfires. If the city's so dangerous, what are we doing building thousands of more apartments on Agoura Road in Canaan? The evacuation study was mandated by the state of California, so you completed it like a homework assignment to check that box. But you used computer models and you did not use real-life scenarios. You received accolades, you bragged. This study had accolades for being so complete, but the study had nothing to do with reality, nothing to do with actual people trapped on Canaan and the 101 during the Woolsey and the Kenneth fires. How many residents in this room think that the study is complete? Raise your hand. No one. Don't play with the lives of Agoura residents by relying on your flawed computer models rather than real-life chaos like in the Paradise Fire, the Palisades Fire, and our own Woolsey Fire. People were stuck for hours. One of my neighbors said he couldn't get to his wife. It took him 30 minutes to get off the 101 to try to evacuate his wife during Woolsey. That's ridiculous. He couldn't even get to her. You didn't include the thousands of homes in unincorporated Agoura because you don't represent us. That is deadly for us. Please reevaluate the study. Reevaluate the study. Do not pass it tonight and save lives. Thank you.
Jay Crutcher and Yvonne Hatherell. Is Stephen Lloyd here? The next three are Stephen Lloyd, Jay Crutcher, and Yvonne Hatherell.
Thank you. I'm Steve Lloyd. I am the president of the Medea Valley Estates Homeowners Association.
Can you hold on one? I apologize, and we'll start your time. Sir, I believe you were called, so we'll have you go right after Stephen Lloyd. And then...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, but if we can start Stephen's time over again, and apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Mayor Wolf and council members and staff. I had prepared remarks for tonight, but I'm going to go off script because there's something I don't understand about what I've heard so far. First of all, I heard that careful execution of counterflow is crucial to the plan. Am I right in understanding that counterflow means changing the direction of traffic flow on one lane of a two-lane road like Canaan? And that the counterflow requires the intensive presence of emergency response personnel like sheriff and fire department, and that in the counterflow scenario, it's likely that emergency vehicles will need one clear lane because the reason all those cars are there is there's a fire and they have to get there. So my question, in a counterflow scenario on a two-lane road like Canaan, what lane would emergency vehicles use? Counterflow blocks emergency vehicle access, but simultaneously requires emergency vehicle presence to maintain the counterflow. This doesn't make sense.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Gerald Kasanovich. I lived in Old Agoura for 44 years. Can't hear you. Oh, sorry. I lived in Old Agoura for 44 years. I don't want to add too much to what's here. Some very eloquent speakers went before me. I agree with them totally about the danger of putting more homes on a Canaan. I don't live on Canaan, but I go to the markets there. It's already too crowded. I would also like to speak just briefly about Driver Avenue, which runs through us. It's a disaster twice a day, every day because of the school traffic. A couple years ago, they had a little government meeting at Kolodny and Driver and said that they were considering putting some homes there. At that time, it was, I believe, 14 homes, perhaps 15. Now I understand they want about 45. There wasn't hardly enough room for the 15. To have that many more could only be a complete disaster to anybody trying to get out of Old Agoura. That's all I got to say.
Jay, I think you'll go next. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Hatherill, and most of what I wanted to comment on has already been stated and far more eloquently than I ever could. But I do want to make a couple of comments about this evacuation plan. I understand it was state mandated. I don't think it was a working document. I think it was just to complete a state mandate. And that's all it is. It is not a projection. It does not help us in any way other than to fill this obligation. It is a useless document other than completing the requirement. I reiterate my concerns about its content because it is using data that I have looked at that is not sensible. I don't know how anyone could believe it. But the other thing, and this is, I think, more personal, is that if in fact we move forward with the program as it stands, we all own some degree of responsibility and guilt for what transpires next. Because if there is harm and there is loss of life, we own it. And that's something I don't want to live with. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Crutcher. The following three, Don, I think it's Humors. I'm unable to read the first name, B. Turner, and Dr. Elizabeth Colby.
Jay, you may begin. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jay Crutcher. I've lived in Agoura for 14 years. At a recent Planning Commission meeting, I spoke about this evacuation analysis and quoted from the movie Men in Black. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. And I think that explains the disconnect between what this analysis tells us and the lived experience of many people in the room tonight. During the Woolsey fire, for example, evacuations were voluntary at 3:30 p.m., mandatory at 7:09 p.m., and yet Canaan was gridlocked at midnight. During the Kenneth fire, horse trailers couldn't get in, there was a single sheriff's deputy in the entire city, and traffic was a mess. Later in the same monologue, Tommy Lee Jones says, "Imagine what you'll know tomorrow." And that's my theme for the comments tonight. What do we need to learn and do tomorrow? This analysis suggests a need to run evacuation drills, not on a tabletop, not on a computer, but in Fountainwood or Old Agoura or areas south of the 101 to start to see what actually happens. How badly do we need generators to run traffic lights during a power safety shutoff? How many deputies do we really need in town directing traffic? How do we deploy counterflow? And how do we train residents to follow what might be counterintuitive instructions? Can we really evacuate schools and elder care facilities, or do we need to have a good chat with LA Metro Bus? We need the drills. We're entering a super El Nino, and that is likely to decrease marine layer effects. Vegetation in our Santa Monica Hills is already well below normal levels. The snowpack in the Sierra is wildly below average and close to 0% in some places. Fire forecasts for California are concerning, staffing levels are low, and resources are likely to be spread thin. Mutual aid will be exhausted by the time our SoCal fire season starts. Do not count on FEMA or any part of the federal government coming to our rescue. It's on us. This evacuation analysis isn't perfect. It's just a model. Approve it, but then ask, what do we need to learn and do tomorrow to make our community safer and better prepared? What conversations should we be having next, starting tomorrow at 9 a.m., so that we can move forward? Check your go bag and confirm nothing is expired. On red flag days, make sure your car's tanker charge is full. Practice loading your kids and animals quickly. Know your zone and know 3 routes to safety. Take a first aid class or a CERT course. Join Firewise or the community brigade. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow and then make it happen. And that responsibility lies with all of us. Thank you.
My name's Dawn Hummer. I've lived here since about 2009. We lost our home in the Woolsey fire. I know all this analysis is great, but I think most people in this room are concerned about all the projected building that's going to happen and how it will affect. You can't even get out on a beach day if you're going to have a party to go to. In the valley, you're going to have to leave about 40 minutes early instead of a 6-minute drive. The other day I was at Ralph's, and I couldn't even turn right onto Canaan. It took me 10 minutes to get out because of the traffic. So it's just crazy. When we left, as your point, we left in the morning that we lost our house, and we went the back way, sat on Pacific Coast Highway. Took us 6.5 hours to get to the valley to my brother's. And they did do that counter, whatever you called it, but it was about 3.5 hours into it where they finally opened another lane. But, if a fire had come through there, we would have been jumping in the ocean with the cats. So, it's just, I think most people are worried about the projected housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please. Thank you.
Mayor Wolf, City Council, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Colby. I do reside on Driver Avenue in Old Agoura. So before I start with my comments, I would like to bring to your attention a major correction. You have said that Canaan and Reyes Adobe are main evacuation routes. It's not quite correct because Driver Avenue, it also is a major evacuation route. It was clearly demonstrated during Woolsey fire because evacuation started probably around 6. It did not end probably around 12. The reason that I know, because I couldn't pull out my horse trailer because my driveway was blocked, and I had trailers, like Ron said, they are not 2.5 cars. They are long, it takes time to hook them up, they need to be turned around on the street. Also, horses are not dogs and cats that you packed in. They panic, they are frightened, and it's not a fast loading. Now my comments. I hope that I can offer some innovative idea today, how to probably change some things in our mitigation hazard. Oak trees. So some time ago, you upzoned the corner of lot of Driver and Coladney. It's a lot that has about 9 mature oak trees, plus 5 oak trees on adjacent residence, 14 or 15. So oak trees, and I'm going to read, provide key mitigations measures. So what are the mechanisms? Number 1, wind reduction. Group of oak trees act as windbreakers, decreasing wind speed, which reduces fire spread and intensity. Number 2, the wide dense canopy acts as a shield, trapping flying embers that travel miles ahead of the front line, fire front line. Number 3, oak trees bark and leaves have a higher moisture content and do not ignite as readily. Also, oak trees have fire-resistant adaptation. Thick bark provides critical insulation and protect the inside. Also, they have a rapid wound closure and regeneration. In short, oak trees are very fire mitigators.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We will look into that and we will follow up with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Is B. Turner in the audience? I'm sorry, I couldn't read the first name. Okay, next three, Ray Grulich, followed by Morgan McGraw.
And I do want, if there's a speaker whose name we call and they don't hear it, we will make sure that every voice is heard tonight. If they're in the other room, we will make sure that they get to speak. So it's not like they missed their opportunity.
Can you hear me? I'm from Cornell. Okay. Now can you hear me? Better? I want to talk about the evacuation analysis. Councilmember Sylvester said that this is a first step, and I respectfully submit that the figures in the analysis that represent the Santa Monica Mountain evacuees are underestimated. I appreciate that they're in there, but since this is a first step, I saw the 740 vehicles coming out of the Santa Monica Mountains, and I knew that was wrong, because that would mean that there are only 380 houses in the Santa Monica Mountains, and that's wrong at 2 vehicles per house. That didn't make sense to me. So I turned to the U.S. Postal Service records and found Postal Service routes with maps and complete with numbers of homes in those routes. And with the comments that I turned in to you this afternoon, I turned in those U.S. Postal Service records, copied and pasted along with the maps. And I was able to establish that there are at least 1,200 homes dependent upon Canaan Road versus Cornell, including the tip of one northern Malibu route. And those residents live right on Canaan and also would be evacuating livestock, because you can't evacuate livestock south on Cornell because at the intersection of Canaan and PCH, that steep is too slope. You just can't take horses southbound on Canaan. You have to go north. My figures are in those comments. You may disagree with my estimation of the percentages in those postal routes of who would go to Canaan versus Cornell, but you can't dispute the official U.S. Postal Service figures. That many people live up there and live on Canaan Road. That is indisputable. So I'm hoping, against hope, that somebody up there will be interested enough in looking at my comments. The difference in my figures and yours are, the analysis said 740 cars. My figures said 2,761 cars. Your analysis also failed to give us the 2.5 PCE for livestock. There's a lot of livestock in the Santa Monica Mountains, so I gave us the 10% in my calculations. So I hope that you...
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Morgan McGraw, followed by Tony Wurtenbrook, Serena Nuzzi, and Shannon Toma.
If everybody can hear me okay?
Give it 1 second, sir. People are shuffling out. I want to make
sure
sure they hear you. 1 second. Okay.
Great.
Start the clock.
Thanks for having us. Great speaking today. I appreciate the analysis and the point of views from a lot of different perspectives. I believe it was Mike Tyson that said, everyone has a plan till they're punched in the mouth. And I don't want us to be the proverbial mouth. So, Ms. Sylvester, that was great. Early planning and getting our bags and leaving. It's easier said than done a couple of days ahead of time. And I think that you should think about that for the new people that might be moving into this neighborhood as you continue this development. If you do they have a place to go? Can they afford it? Where do they go? It might be their only place. I do want to cite a couple of examples of developments similar to what is being proposed that were turned into not so fortunate situations. We know the Woolsey fires in Malibu. We talk about traffic flow. Law enforcement implements extensive traffic controls and in some locations use fire reversal and manual intersections to control speed evacuations. Even these measures Evacuation routes became heavily congested, and many residents reported being trapped in traffic as the fire advanced. This can be said the same thing for Pacific Palisades fires. Highly planned area for evacuations. We all know what happened with these communities. People left their vehicles because there's panic. That's not being accounted for. We have 3,500 plus children in this neighborhood, as well as some older folks. This makes things very difficult for evacuation. These are factors that need to be taken into consideration. We're not all strong, fast people getting in our cars and being prepared all the time. So I think some of the takeaways I'd like to say is, can every resident evacuate safely during a fast-moving wildfire? And if the answer is uncertain, the location isn't appropriate for high-dense housing. Affordable or otherwise, housing should create opportunity and not place families in the path of foreseeable disasters. And it was said by Thomas Jefferson, when a man assumes a public trust, he should consider himself a public property. And that means for you as people who are serving us, this is not a job. It's a servant, as a servant to us. So please keep us safe.
Thank you.
Tony Wurtenbrook, Serena Newsy, followed by Shannon Toma, and Shannon, I believe it's Goem.
Good to go?
Yep.
Okay, hi. Good evening, everybody. Serena Newsy. I've been a resident of Old Agoura for coming up on 30 years now. And I feel like I've lived all of those scenarios on the screen earlier. So thank you for explaining the process of analysis versus developing plans, because I feel like I'm still working out some kinks with staff on horse planning specifically for Old Agoura, and I felt like maybe we were putting the cart before the horse. I do want to think about, because we are the first neighborhood often hit by fires, and we have so many moving parts, I did want to rehash the 101 freeway shutdown, because I think that's important to include in the analysis, and it's something I experienced evacuating horses during Woolsey. And my only route out was Canaan South to PCH North. So that is a real-life situation that actually happened. Additionally, Ron kind of stole my thunder earlier, but he's not incorrect in the field trips, the vehicle trips, because a lot of times it's not just a one and done. So you don't just load your animals and then leave the neighborhood for good. The fire before Woolsey, I spent the entire night evacuating horses. So it was multiple trips just with my own rig, getting in and taking out other people's horses. So that's a very real possibility. And the other end of that is that now we have, during Kenneth, I saw big rigs coming in to evacuate horses that did not have a ride. So I think those two in and out scenarios really need to be better looked at, because that's not just a one horse trailer per 5 houses or whatever the analysis was. Last night I went to a great meeting up in Topanga, and Fire Captain Smith was there amongst sheriffs and animal control. There's a lot of really great work being done for horses specifically, and a lot of those residents there boarded horses but they were not residents of Topanga. So there's some access issues to get in and get your horse if you're not a resident that came up. And there's a lot of great work being done, so we don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel. Let's just, gang pool our resources with people that have a lot of experience. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Shannon Toma.
Hi, I'm Shannon Toma.
Into the mic, please.
Hi, I've lived in Cornell area for over 40 years on and off. A survivor of the Woolsey fire. I really appreciate everyone who's been here, everyone who's commented, all your efforts. I know people care and you're trying, and I think they've all said anything I could say better than I could. Just a couple things that maybe seem like I had questions, hearing multiple times that this has nothing to do with housing developments. That doesn't seem correct to me if the housing people who are supporting or moving forward with housing developments are making sure that there is an evacuation analysis and that they think it's safe, that is a consideration in the housing developments. So it doesn't seem like it has nothing to do with it. That doesn't seem honest to me or upfront. It does have to do with it. And if you have skin in the game in that, in supporting the housing developments and being involved in this evacuation analysis and approving it, that seems like there's a conflict of interests there. So that's another thing. And the other thing that I was noticing was that what it's saying is essentially we can have maximum build out without changing the infrastructure, like the hard infrastructure of the streets. We can just rely on people and the organization and working together with first responders. And that to me is dubious at best. And we don't want more infrastructure. We can't just keep widening the streets. We can't just keep building out. So it really seems to me like it just doesn't add up. You can't do this without having like the counterflow measures, and those involve incredible amount of planning and organization and everyone cooperating and coming together. I don't think that's realistic, and I think it just speaks to that we have to look at this, what we're doing here, really honestly, look at our conflict of interest, look at our intuition and know and take the data from people on the ground. Just like we need to look at Indigenous people and respect them, we need to look at everyone here who's on the ground, who's experienced this, and take that as real data. And I appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Shannon Jem. I live in Cornell. I wanted to point out that there's a law and then there's the intent behind the law. And AB 747 was created, of course, because of the tragedy of 85 lives lost in congestion from evacuation in Paradise. And tonight, you guys have the enviable position of having to potentially vote on something. I'm hoping that you will continue the item and try to seek more data. Overheard tonight, this is better than the last one, so that's promising, that the process has been really long, and I agree with others who have stated that it did seem disingenuous that this is not to be used in future housing and zoning and planning decisions, because it has to be. This will be the data. So this is the data that you bought. It seems like it would be great to get it right. So what's happening seems to be that government is working correctly. You guys had a public comment period. We're in the public comment period, and the comments are being heard by you. So that's great. And we're pointing out that there are real concerns and errors with this methodology and this report. And mainly, I think realistic regional info has to be represented. We heard that it's a required document, and we also heard that the city is first in the whole COG to be at this point, which means that there is time. There is time to continue this item and send it back for another go-around. And I don't know what it's called. I don't know if it's called a technical appendix or if it's called an amendment or an addendum or whatever it's called. It does seem like resourcing now, county and state, I mean, what's annoying is this is a state mandate with no funding. So that is appreciated that towns have to take this on, but you do. And it seems like maybe it would be good to get the county, the unincorporated areas, to help certify that the data is correct, to help certify that we can double click down on that equestrian information and all those really important things that will cost or save lives. So that's what I have to ask tonight. Please continue the item and try to research additional resources to get something, an addendum or something.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Taryn Braband, Rachel Spalding, and Matt Shaw.
After this set of 3 speakers, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So, but you will go on the next 2 speakers, and then we will take a break.
My name is Taryn Braband. Everything that's been said tonight has been so eloquent, and I don't need to repeat it. I'm just pleading with you. Please take into account, I live in Malibu Lake. You know, it's hard. It's hard to get out. And to add all that density, and I think about the people in Paradise that died. I think about the people in Pacific Palisades and the chaos and the intensity that they went through and all the cars that were left behind. And I just imagine what it would be like for us trying to get out on that, you know, on Cornell, you know, even getting to Canaan. And it's just very, very, very dangerous, and I'm pleading with you, please reconsider that extra density. We don't need it. I know they're asking us to do it, but there's got to be a way around it because it's not safe. It doesn't make any sense. It isn't comprehensible that we would add more just so that more people can get hurt. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Spalding, and I'm an Agoura Hills resident. I did not think that this really had anything to do with me because I moved here after the Woolsey fire, and I thought no more about any of this until the night that I saw a description of this meeting on Nextdoor, and it just so happened that the Matthew McConaughey movie about being stuck in the bus driving out of Paradise, California was playing as I was reading. And as that was happening exactly, my stepsister called me, who grew up in the Pacific Palisades, and her mother lost her home there. However, my stepsister had moved to where the Eaton fires are in Altadena, and then her home went up, and so it was every fire basically that's ever happened that was in my orbit on one night. My stepsister left me with this when we were texting. She said, make sure that you let people know that once there have been fires, things don't go back. So my stepsister's house was saved. It was one of the only houses saved in her entire neighborhood. And all this time later, she cannot live there. And she cannot live there because it is not safe to do so. And so they have to fight with insurance companies and live in other places. It's been a year and a half. And as I was thinking about all this, I realized I do need to read up on this, and I do need to understand what's going on. So I began to try to educate myself about what's going on around here, and I'm very aware we're all dealing with very complex issues, housing, the real need to build in California and try to make things a little bit better for our kids and grandkids, save somewhere to live, and I fully understand all that. However, being here tonight and reading up on this has become incredibly clear to me that there are too many questions for you to go ahead and vote tonight on a yes that will put this on a trajectory where once one thing is approved, this evacuation, these things are improved, this mandate is improved, leads to the housing. Once it's built, as my stepsister said, we won't be able to unbuild once we all are in a fire and everything's burned down and you can't go back to your house and nobody in the whole neighborhood can go back. It's too late. And this is too important for me to not come and pass this on to you, that we must be more careful and say that we need to put a pause on this. I heard very many numbers and things tonight that simply did not add up. And I was most upset with the idea that it seemed like much of our city government wants to push this through. That is how it appeared. I do not think that is in our interest. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Matt Shaw. I live in Cornell. Seems like I'm last, so I'll be quick. With all due respect to the council members and to the presenters, it does sound like you commissioned a report that allows you to continue jamming all of the state mandated, and I say state mandated housing on Canaan and Agoura Road. Well played.
I believe we
Mayor,
have one more speaker.
We have one speaker, Laredo Estridge, and I believe Lewis is getting her.
Kimberly, that is the last of the public comments.
Correct, the last speaker card.
Okay, thank you. Are you raising? You need to address the clerk. If you have a question, you can walk up to the clerk. I can't answer your question. Ma'am, in your public comment?
Sorry. Hi. I'm not as eloquent as a lot of these people. I'm just here to voice my opinion. A lot of cars were on the road on like the day of the Woolsey fire. I was out with a friend, have a bunch of kids at home, trying to get home to my kids. It was insane. And building something on Canaan, which is kind of in the direction of where I live, would be a nightmare to get to. And I don't know how you guys can put something else there when there are so many cars already being presented there. It's insane. I know we are on the south side of the 101, and sorry, a little nervous. Not good at this. The fires crossed over 101, blocked all of 101. I had to go and evacuate all my kids. My husband had to go and evacuate his grandfather, so he wasn't with me. And so I was doing all this, and I had to look at all the maps, and I was a lucky person because I still had internet. A lot of people didn't. And I was able to see that the 101 was completely blocked. If I'd gone in that direction, I don't know what would have happened to me and my kids. And, I'm just here to say that I think it's a mistake to go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We do have 2 additional speakers.
I believe I see a third one coming in. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to take a 10-minute recess, so we are going to re-adjourn at 8:40. It is now 8:28, so we're taking a 13-minute recess. 8:40. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We still have, I believe, 3 more comments if nobody else has submitted a public comment card. So I want to hear from the 3 people who submitted the cards. Kimberly?
Thank you, and I just want to clarify that we don't have B. Turner or Tony Wurtenbrook here. Okay, we'll move on. Kirk Allegro, followed by Larkin McLean Schultz and Michael Held.
Good evening. My name is Kirk Allegro. I live in Old Agoura for the past 39 years. I live on Driver Avenue, and there's nothing about Driver Avenue that I am not fully knowledgeable about. There's a 4-way stop at Driver, Canwood, Chesborough Canyon, and the traffic that comes down from the gas stations off of the freeway. That will absolutely become a gridlock situation, particularly in a wildfire like that. And particularly to reiterate what Ron Troncotti said, the horse trailers coming in to evacuate horses, they come from outside our area, and they take up a lot of room. They don't have tight turning radiuses. That's a focal point for them to get in and connect with the horses in the corral area. It's a destined area for disaster. Totally predictable. Everybody here should know that without anybody mentioning it. Secondly, there was a comment earlier about the use of the CERT people to assist with traffic control. I can tell you, since I've been participating over 2 decades with CERT, I know everything about CERT. I know everything about how you handle it with the city, and in my opinion, not talking about any position of the CERT group or as an entity, there's a 100% chance that you're not going to call out CERT people to do traffic control in the event of a wildfire. Traffic control is a very dangerous thing. It takes really skill sets that our volunteers do not have, and you can ask all the sheriffs that do traffic control, they will tell you how dangerous it is and how extraordinarily dangerous it would be in the event of a wildfire, particularly when people are panicked and they're not going to listen to anybody that's not wearing a gun. So I can tell you, forget about traffic control or any involvement with CERT in the event of a wildfire. I think that's an only honest thing for you to remember. You all need to know that. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Larkin McLean Schultz. I've been here 52 years. I've been here since it was just Wizens. My grandparents were pioneers. They built 2 houses on Driver Avenue. I now live in Lobo Canyon. My parents built 2 houses on 12 acres in Lobo Canyon. I want to tell a story about the 1978 fire. The 1978 fire started in Old Agoura, and it went from Old Agoura all the way to Malibu in 10 minutes. My dad was home, and what I'm trying to say is that you don't know fire. Fire has a mind of its own, and this fire came like a massive tidal wave over my dad. He put a hose on his head and hid under concrete. He had to go to the local post office, which is the tile store on Roadside, and tell somebody that his dad burned up in the fire. A little boy that lived on my street still is scarred to this day because he didn't get out in time. I just need to let you know that if you follow through with this, blood will be on your hands because you don't know fire. Anyway, thank you so much.
Who is our next speaker? Oh, sorry, I apologize. You were on it.
I guess I'm the last one tonight. My name is Mike Held. I'm a resident here in Agoura for 23 years. I've raised all my 3 kids here. Brittany, Brooke, and Spencer all went to Agoura Hills, and it's one of the best places on the earth to live. Like, I've traveled, in my career, I've traveled all over the world, and it's just, it's pleasant to come home. I wanted to thank all of you for putting in the extra time that you do to be council members. I'm not sure how the voting will work, but I assume that you 7 council members will each take 1 vote, and that the majority wins. I don't know that that's the case. I'm assuming that that's the case. I have been to the last 2 council meetings held right here, and I have not heard 1 statement from any person in support of this evacuation plan or the additional housing, low-cost housing that is proposed. Not 1. I would hope that we will see the same response from you in your final vote as to what your constituency has told you. After all, you are a representation of us.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
We do not have any further speaker cards.
Nobody else? This is the last opportunity. Seeing or if you want to fill out a card, yes, that's what it takes. You can fill it out after. You can fill it out after. We can have you come.
Good evening. My name is Reagan Lewithley. I was born at Westlake Hospital. I've lived at Malibu Lake 42 years. And how many of you grew up in Agoura? Show of hands. 2? Okay. So, I'm not surprised by the rest of you, but I'm just asking, what are we doing here? We're gonna basically overburden our town, basically destroying it. We're not gonna get it back. And what comes to mind is Paradise 2.0. People are not gonna be able to get out, and they're gonna burn alive in their cars or die of smoke asphyxiation. I'm an EMT. This is what's gonna go down. And it seems like no one really cares. They just want more development for some reason. And I know it's a complex issue, but I think there's a better way. I hope there's a better way. Because I don't want to see my friends or my family die on the roads because of some policy that was mandated by Sacramento, wasn't thoroughly thought out and respectfully implemented in a responsible manner. So please reconsider where this housing is implemented. You only have one shot at this, and it has to be done with the best intentions, the most thoughtful intentions, and responsible intentions. So please consider. Thank you.
Sir, if you could remember to fill out a public comment card and send it to the clerk. With Pat? Okay. Hold on, wait, so everyone can hear you.
Hinkle. I live in an area in Malibu Lake. I was very lucky and very fortunate that our home stood. On the whole street that I live, there was 5 homes standing, and by the grace of God, one of them was mine. You were telling us how well-planned and all the things that we have to do, you know, make sure we're prepared in that. We are prepared. This is the second time we had to evacuate. There's a closet in our hallway with our house plans in, every picture and everything. Malibu Lake and Mountain Climb are a fire-safe community. We are one of the communities that we are able to have our fire lowered in our fire because we work. We work every year to clear our own expense through our funding, to clear homes in Malibu Lake. I was here since 1974 when there's only whizzing. It takes me 3 to 4 lights to come out of my area. I love this community, and we all do. We're asking you to, if this project goes on, we in the unincorporated areas will be trapped. There will be no way out. When we evacuated, Station 65 called me and said, "We have to leave. You need to contact your neighbors, and you need to get out and protect yourself." We have 6 fire hoses in our garage, and they were hooked up. But a wildfire does not stop and say, "Excuse me, which direction do I go? Is this area safe or not?" It is unpredictable. The Woolsey fire was like a hurricane of fire. There was no way safe. We got out with our animals, with what we could have. We got on Canaan Road. A police officer, which I know was trying to help, told us to go in the direction of the fire. My husband said, "That's not a safe way." We finally got out.
Thank you. We need to wrap it up. Okay. Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, with that, this last call for any public speakers. Not seeing any. Before closing the public hearing, do any council members have any further questions of staff? Start with Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez.
Thank you. This question is for Matt. There were a couple comments about the validity of the calculations, that they were flawed. I'm assuming that means, you know, I've gone through the thousands of pages of documents. Can you talk to us specifically about what that might refer to? Particularly, I'm interested in the comment about Cornell and the number of cars coming up from Cornell, and if those numbers were what they were based on and what is incorporated in those calculations.
Yes, certainly, and yeah, I'll be happy to shine a little more light on our methodology. So I'll preface by saying we included the Santa Monica Mountain community, and to determine the number of vehicles to assume in the analysis was based on Woolsey fire data. 3 of the scenarios I'll highlight analyze a fire coming from the north, approaching the city in a southbound direction. So do acknowledge that there may be over 2,000 vehicles in that community, but there are additional routes to Las Virgenes along Mulholland. So a fire coming from the north, some portion of the residents south of the city would use other routes besides Canaan. There is one scenario analyzing a fire approaching the city from the south, and that analyzes a fire approaching north of Mulholland. So the community just south of the city is included, as well as a portion of the Cornell community further south along Canaan.
Okay, so what you're saying,
Okay.
excuse me.
Thank you.
What you're saying is the accusation that we did not use real models, that we're only using computer models is not accurate. We did use real data?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Anderson?
So, again, following on Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez, the post office numbers, like I think that's what Deborah Klein Lopez was getting at. But can you explain the difference between the number of the homes that the speaker had based on post offices and what we were looking at?
Yeah, so I'll acknowledge there's a larger number of households in the community than was included in the model, and that's due to the fire scenarios analyzed. So for the fire coming from the north, the most critical community that would evacuate into the city is the portion just south of the city, as well as further south. And for a fire south of the city, it's analyzed that a portion of the community near closest to the city would evacuate in, and other households would need to use other routes, including along Mulholland to Las Virgenes.
Okay, fantastic. And then,
Please, do not yell.
Terrific, thank you. And then I know the answer to this question, but we've had a number of speakers come here from Old Agoura, and there are just so many unique situations in Old Agoura because of the roads and because of the horses. So can you talk to me a little bit about some of the planning that we might be doing with the folks from Old Agoura to address some of those specialized needs?
I'd be happy to. We've started already talking to Old Agoura, I don't remember how far back, and we actually do have some meetings in the next coming weeks with representatives from Old Agoura to talk about how they can better where to put their horses, how the evacuations could happen. That's just the start. So yes, we have been in talks with them, and it's continual.
Terrific, thank you.
Any questions on? Yeah, I have a question. Regarding development, what we're voting on tonight, what bearing does it have regarding development that speakers have brought up?
None. So if we don't pass the analysis, that simply just means that we're out of compliance with our safety element and state law.
And development is not, possible future development is not contingent on this being passed?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? With that, there be no further questions, I will now close the public hearing. We will now move on to deliberations, and I'm going to follow the same order as the line of questioning, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez.
Oh, I get to go first, great. I have a lot of notes, so bear with me. I'm going to take a moment and try to stay on track with my notes. The first thing I want to say is I am a 46-year resident of Agoura Hills, and even before I moved here, when it was Agoura, I went to school out here on where the Hidden Trails property is, and I was there at that school for the Malibu Agoura firestorm in the 70s, and we were evacuated to Chumash Park. This is before cell phones. This is before, what is it called, watch duty, before all of the modern ways. My mom got the call from a phone tree and had to find me, so I do know fire. I'm going to start out by saying I do know fire. From the time I was a child to the time I was elected to this council 2 days before the Woolsey fire. Just want to add, so you have some context, I have 3 generations of my family living here. I'm a hiker. I serve on a conservation board in the Santa Monica Mountains. We're home to the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. And I know that my love of this town and this region and this area is shared with my council members, feel the same way, who also moved here for the wonderful area and have kids here and even grandkids now growing up here. So the statements that we don't care are hurtful and simply off base. Secondly, I just want to add, as I mentioned moments ago, that there were over 1,000 pages worth of documents and analyses here. We are elected. We don't expect all of our residents to go through every page of our agendas. That is why you elect us. And I take that seriously, and I know many of our council members do, and we do read them. And we have invested an immense amount of time in this particular item. And so again, when we say that this isn't about housing, we are not dismissing your very valid concerns. What we are saying is this item is not where some of your concerns are able to be addressed. And I'll get to that a little bit later in my comments. And then the third thing I want to just start off with is that I just want to acknowledge, as someone who has lived through many fires, that this topic is very raw. We have experienced a collective trauma with Woolsey, with Palisades Fire, all the way back into when we've moved here. We've all experienced tons of fires that are happening more frequently. Kenneth Fire. And we all want the same thing. We all want to feel safe and have the ability to evacuate safely. And so I think we need to get back to that trust that when you elected us, this is the most important thing to us, is our community's safety. You're not going to interrupt me. This is my time. You had your time. This is my time.
Do not interrupt.
If you really want to understand this item, I highly encourage you to read the 1,000 pages and rewatch Robbie's Nesevic's presentation so that you understand what this item is and what it isn't. Because us not passing this tonight doesn't get us any closer to what your concerns are in your public comments. That is a different agenda item, and again, I'll talk about that in a moment. I also want to say that this is an analysis. It is not an evacuation plan. Our plan is separate. We have it online. We have it in the 1,000 pages of documents. It's not a housing plan. It's not an evacuation plan. It's not even a likely scenario because it assumes a full build-out of projects that would take decades to put into place. So it's conservative on so many levels. It's not the scenario we face today. And we actually pride ourselves up here on being over-conservative in our analyses. And this is the continuation of the discussion. We did bring this up a year ago and said we want to expand some of the scenarios. And this is where, I just have to be very clear that the item that you're most concerned about is our housing zoning that was approved and certified by the state in 2022. So that is done, that's closed, and this issue is different from that. And when I was mayor, when I was mayor in 2022, and we were completing our housing element, we did the same thing where we over-analyzed so that anything that does end up getting built has less of an impact than what we analyzed. And the same players who are passing out flyers and starting next door posts are using the same tactic, which is they take that super conservative number out of context and panic people. There is In 2022, when I was knocking on doors, all I heard about was 564 units at the Vons and Ralph Center, and that has not happened, and it's not going to happen. And so I just caution you that when you don't read through the thousands of pages of documents, which is why you elected us, those numbers are being used out of context to strike fear into everyone's hearts, and they are not real. They are conservative ways for us to be able to better find the weaknesses that we can improve upon in our infrastructure, in our communications, and all of the things that we take very seriously. So this is the same playbook I've seen before, and you know, when there are 564 units, you let me know, because it's just not happening. So that is why it is so shocking that this particular item has become so controversial, because it actually is this analysis that will help us in our next housing element, which is why I asked Robbie Nesovic, when is that? It's going to start in 2027, just like it started, I think it was 2020, when we started our last housing element. And that housing element was 18 months to 2 years long, included multiple workshops, multiple public hearings, and even included a citizens advisory group of people from every neighborhood. That is the meeting that you all need to be at. Some of you were part of that last housing element process. All of you need to be a part of the next housing element process, where this data will help us zone in places that are less impacted by volume to capacity, which is these numbers. That's why I'm so shocked that this item got so out of control, because we're all rowing in the same direction here. We need this data to help us understand. We all know it anecdotally because we live it, but now we have hard data that we can show the state and say, look, state, you're asking us, you're actually statutorily requiring us to zone for a certain number of units, and this has some concerns, to say the least, with our evacuation analyses. So this is where I'm so shocked that the tone of this meeting turned so nasty against people who are trying their best to use this data to make decisions, to argue with the state that we are very impacted by these housing numbers. This is the data that will help us. And not passing this tonight, unfortunately, is not going to change a lot of your concerns. That is a different agenda item. So I just want to reiterate that this item is not a change in land use zoning. This item does not approve any housing project. It doesn't, that is not what this item does. This item is an analysis. It's not a plan, it's not an approval of cars, a volume per lane. It's statutorily required. We overdid our analyses more than we had to outside of our city boundaries, which we didn't have to do. They're not computer models. They are based on real life. We did include unincorporated areas. I'm just hearing some of the accusations tonight. We did include unincorporated areas. In fact, we over-included them. This is not a useless document, quite the contrary. This is a document that we will use to be able to get funding to help our community respond to the density that we are being required to zone for. The last of my notes says this analysis gives us the additional tools to be as prepared as possible. We have bettered our communications immensely since Woolsey. We, in Woolsey, our first, and I think major evacuation format was landline. We don't do landline alone anymore. We, do what you want us, what your preferred point of communication, whether that's text or email. We are even on Nextdoor. We do have to plan for counterflow because we looked at the ways, unless you guys all want 12 lanes on Canaan, which is never what we've heard. We've heard that people like the medians, they like the greenery, we can have 12 lanes on Canaan if you want us to go that route, but I think a more realistic approach is that we do think about counterflow. We do train people to be on call for that. Another key, huge piece of this was phased evacuations. That was a big problem in Woolsey, working between counties. That's why I asked that question. And I do love the suggestion of having a community-wide fire drill, but it would take all of your willingness to do that. We're willing to do it. People have to agree to that. They do that in Topanga. Topanga's a model. Lastly, I guess I'll close by saying that some of us are working very, very hard to advocate with the state to have more say in our local land use. As many of you know, we did appeal our housing element numbers back in 2020, 2022, and we lost. And this analysis, like I mentioned, actually gives us tools to go to the state and say, look, you got to stop painting California with a broad brush. That what works in San Francisco doesn't work down here. And that we should learn from Paradise, and we should learn from some of the terrible examples of what went wrong. And that is precisely why we need to have more local control down here. So I'm very anxious to hear my fellow council members' comments, but I'm ready to proceed on this item because I think this helps address the many, many concerns that we have and that we heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. And
no, you cannot ask a
and
question.
thank you. I just want to start by thanking you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think back to Woolsey, and I'll just say it, the disaster that was the communications coming out all over the place. And we were doing the best that we could, and lots of other folks were doing the best that we could, but I watched you come onto this council and get our house in order like nobody's business. And we have a communications shop that is unparalleled. If I'm remembering correctly, our communications director just won the Communications Director of the Year, and it's in no small part because of your leadership and your advocacy that we have such a strong community, which is going to be huge in the next disaster. We're going to need to be able to communicate with our residents. So thank you for all of the work that you are doing. I want to reiterate, I know that this is, some folks are just not going to believe this. We are not approving housing tonight. We are not approving housing tonight. We are not approving housing tonight. But I want to say, I hear your concerns about that housing, and I hear the trauma and the fear around what could happen both with the wildfire generally and with the housing, and I look forward to redoing our housing element and being more creative and being able to find spots that are going to cause less of an evacuation threat. So that is still to come. In the meantime, this analysis is solid, and what it does is give us a plan for how it is, or sets us up for what it is that we then need to do for this wildfire that has every chance of coming our way. And so that's what matters. What matters is what we do next. We will not wait. I've got 6 things I'm going to say about what's going to happen, 7 actually. 1, we are going to get our partners together. You heard Robbie say we are going to get our partners together and align on these capacity enhancements that this analysis says that, because my biggest concern, I want us all to be able to evacuate safely. I want us, I'll jump ahead. Number 6 is we need to follow Penny Sylvester's lead and advice. We need to harden our homes. We need to do all kinds of things to help protect our community. And if a wildfire comes that we need to evacuate from, we need to evacuate safely. And so there's a lot that we can do. So one, we're going to get our partners together so we can align just like that professor told us that we needed to do. So our various incident command folks understand our counterflow measures and all the things that we want. We will explore this traffic control thing. I heard our CERT man say, like, that's just 100%, you can't count on them. So we need to get creative because we've got to find something. This analysis says not all over the place. It says in a number of different places we're going to need traffic control. And so that's another thing that we're going to take a really serious look at. Like, what's that traffic control going to look like so that we can implement these counterflow measures and these other things that we need to do. We will set ourselves up for a robust plan. Like, Robbie, connecting with all of these folks is a really good start, but really what we need to do is have a much better we need to have an updated evacuation plan that takes this analysis into consideration, that talks about how we're going to train these volunteers. So this plan, as we heard, in conjunction with this wildfire prevention plan, is going to give us then the opportunity to go out and get the funding that we're going to need to put a good plan together, which is honestly what we need. And we need to parallel track. We need to ride a bike and build it at the same time, because if this fire comes in September, we can't wait for a plan. Like, we do need to be doing the things that we can be doing now, and we need to be putting together the funding for a robust plan. Okay, wait, that was number 3. Number 4, there are a couple of folks who mentioned this tonight. I am going to push as a city council member for us to run some mock counterflow things. And I think that's potentially different than asking all of our residents to participate in an evacuation drill. Like, that may be what we do, but at the very least, one of the things that I learned from this really well-written analysis is that we should practice this. And this is complicated. And so the very first time that we implement counterflow measures, I think it was somebody else who was telling me, like, that the counterflow measures were that they had experienced in another fire came too late and it was clunky. Like, we need to practice this stuff. And as one of our speakers said, not a tabletop thing. Like, I'm bound and determined that, one Tuesday afternoon we're going to show what this looks like. We will work on the messaging around evacuating early. That's the other thing that this analysis showed us. Even with these counterflow measures, if we all wait until the last minute, we're still going to have overflow in the road. So I know I can't afford to go to Palm Springs when we have a red flag warning, but Drew Smith really did say that. Apparently there is this whole collection of folks who go to Palm Springs. They let the police department or the sheriff know, or the fire department know they're going to Palm Springs. I can't do that. If you can, God bless, please do. And if not, at least evacuate early. And that's one of the things that we've got to let our residents know, because that, more than almost all the other things we will do, will lessen that. And then to bring it back to where I started, we really do need, as a community, to have really strong fire safe councils. We need to have every single home hardened in Agoura Hills. We need to have sensible, defensible space, meaning, yes, to protect our trees. I loved whoever it was that talked about all of the protection that come from the embers, or the protection that come from the oak trees. And we need to make sure that we are having a very nuanced approach to what's happening in Old Agoura, since that's a very different place. And with all of that, I will be voting for this tonight because I'm really interested in us being able to take those next steps to keep our community safe.
Thank you, Councilmember. Move on to Councilmember Anstead.
I think I want to start my comments by saying I do want to address one of the issues that came up earlier concerning safety. And I hope you know that all of us up here, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I believe everybody up here on this platform takes safety as the #1 priority in this city. Everything that we've tried to address in the city has always been about safety, whether it's funds for sheriff and fire, or whether it's e-bikes on the sidewalks, or whether it's preparing for fire. Safety has always been the #1 priority, and it's always been my #1 priority, so I can only speak to myself. So one of the things on that I want to talk about here is what you've heard tonight is an analysis, not a plan. And so what we're going to do is, after this analysis, if we adopt this analysis tonight, we're going to then develop further the plan that we've been talking about, like these the countermeasures that we've been talking about here today, and we're going to need your input on all those measures. Now, that's the analysis, and I'll talk more about that in a second. But one of the things that's been being brought up in this meeting is the housing that we passed in 2022 that one of the other council members mentioned. And myself and one other council member were on that vote. And that vote was 4-1 against. And I was against that for safety, what I felt was a safety issue. And at that time, I did not have this analysis. And I would have loved to have this analysis at that time to back up my argument why I felt it was unsafe for these housing units along Canaan. So one of the things that I'm going to ask the city manager and maybe the mayor, if he can put it on, talk with the city manager, is that I believe that we need to address before 2027. I think we need to start addressing the housing plan now and not wait till 2027. So that's one of the things I would ask. I don't know, Mayor, whether I should wait to officially ask for that at the end of the meeting or what, how we should go about that. But I want to make sure that's something that I personally would like to ask for and then go from there. Okay. Okay, so I appreciate that. So the one thing I want you to know is that, again, this issue that we're talking about today, this analysis, when I was talking actually with staff, one of the things that you heard is this shows that it is, right now, there's not sufficient roadway and also the evacuation route. To have this passed is actually not a bad thing. So that to me, and that's also been expressed by other council members from the podium today, it's a starting place for us to start from. We're going to use this analysis and then we're going to make plans and try to be able to address the issues that you're talking about today. And believe me, we've all, again, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but believe me, we've been hearing the comments. We're not deaf to the comments, not just today, but over the period of the last couple months and actually years since the housing element was passed in 2022. So again, all those will be addressed in sufficient time. But today we're here just on this evacuation analysis. And my feelings on the analysis was, I think the analysis was done well. I think there is certain assumptions that were made doing the analysis. And in any analysis, you have to make assumptions. And so my belief is that we should move forward with this analysis, approve it tonight, but it's an analysis, it's not a plan, and then we're going to come back and develop further a plan. And I also, just as I mentioned earlier, I want us to address the housing element earlier instead of waiting to 2027. So that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all of you. I hope you will stay for the rest of these comments. And this is what makes me so sad, is that people show up and they give us their opinions, but then I want you to look around. At the beginning of this evening, we had a standing room only, and we had to open the overflow room. Look how many of you are left to hear why we have to do the things we're doing. And I think it's so unfair that the community doesn't get more involved and stay involved. Don't just come and yell at us and then leave. Be partners with us, work with us. I moved to California in 1977. I had a friend who died in the Woolsey fire. They were in Triumphant Canyon. Their body was found several days after the fire swept through there. So I know how horrible fires are. I know that fires are now like hurricanes. I grew up in Jamaica. We had hurricanes. We knew what to expect. I don't think people realize what we're facing now. And I need you to work with us to get that message out. We need you to work with us. Come to the workshops. You know, when we send out surveys, we get so little response from the community. And yet you complain that we're not doing our job. We're trying to do our job. We cannot do it without your participation. So please, stay involved. Get all those people that were here at the beginning of the meeting to stay and listen to the problems we are all facing. We can only do it as a team working together. And we are going to do everything we can to protect this community because we live here. Our children live here. My grandchild lives here in this area. You know, we are not blind to what is happening, but we need your help to move us forward safely together. And tonight, as my fellow council members have said, all we are doing is approving an analysis. That is all we're doing at this point so that we can go forward. We need much more planning to happen. We need to get funding with grants, private funds if we can find them, government funds, Sacramento. We need them to understand what we're dealing with, and we can't do it alone. We appealed I know we're not discussing it tonight, but as Mayor Pro Tem Deborah Klein-Lopez said, we tried to stop what we call the RENA numbers, the regional housing allocation numbers for this area, and they said, no, you've got to do it. The cities that didn't do it are now being fined. They have lost their planning privileges of their planning commission, so it doesn't help us to try and defy the state. We have to work within the parameters, and we need your help and your support to do that. So I am a little passionate because I am upset that everybody left, and I'm very grateful that you are here to listen to us and understand our deliberations and the processes we have to go through to keep our city safe. We are all want the same thing. We want to be safe, we want our families to be safe, and we want to get out early. And that's, all these symposiums and conferences I've been going to for the last year, that's the main message. Our water system was not built to fight multiple house fires at the same time. We do not have enough firefighting personnel in the state to put out multiple fires at the same time. We watch and we see what happened in Paradise, what happened in the Palisades, what happened in Altadena. We know that this is happening and it's going to get worse. So for us to say, well, we don't want to approve a traffic analysis, it's ridiculous. That's not going to help any of us. We need to work together and move forward together. And that is why I'm approving the traffic analysis this evening. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member, and I want to thank everyone for coming out and sharing their opinion and their voice, and it means so much to hear from you. And I know that this is a really heated issue, and I feel it, and I grew up here. I lived through Woolsey. I worked for the state senator during Woolsey. I was at Seminole Springs seeing the destruction. I was at Malibu Lake seeing the destruction in unincorporated county. I lived it, and I know it. But this item tonight is simply a compliance update that is a statutorily required update that will strengthen our city's emergency documentation and implementation. This provides us a technical foundation. No real world changes. This is a technical, no infrastructure, no building changes. This is a technical foundation for future planning on emergency preparedness and evacuation. As we know, when we've lived through disasters, they are disasters. They don't go according to plan, and that's why this is such a great floor for us. This item has been hijacked, the narrative, because this is a starting place that we can build off. And if we bury our head in the sand and don't pass this, what does that accomplish? We can continue building off of this. From this analysis, and it is not perfect, and there was numbers that were cherry-picked from different places, we can use that information to strengthen and improve that at any time. So this is a starting place. This does not green light anything. This is how we can plan for our future. The attention, and as I've told some of you, I will facilitate and work on a coordinated effort with different counties, from unincorporated county, from Malibu, from Oak Park, and come up with regional strategies. because jurisdictions, wildfires don't know jurisdictions, but state law does. So we have to live in reality and work under this state law that gives us a starting place. And I commit to work to each and every one of you to build off of this analysis, to live, to hear your lived experience, and to improve it. We are starting from here. And I still dealing with a lot of trauma from Woolsey, and that's why I ran for office, and that's why I believe this is so important to have this data so that we can plan and we can be safer. And so with that, I will move forward with this, and I look forward to working with you all to come up with solutions and plans so that we can be prepared, because there will be another fire. This is the most disaster-prone county in the nation, according to FEMA. And we know that because we live here and we live through that. And we need to use the data to better prepare. And this was not rubber stamped. This was reviewed. And we've worked with LA County Fire, the Board of Forestry, CAL FIRE, and with that, I'm ready to move forward. So I'm going to read the staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 26-2129, approving a general plan amendment to amend the safety element, chapter 5, community safety, to include the updated evacuation analysis, evacuation plan, and the updated 2024 multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, and revise the table of contents accordingly and make other minor textual revisions to the safety element, case number GPA-2024-0007, and make findings of exemption under CEQA under the California Environmental Quality Act. I will now call for a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. Will the makers of the motion and the second state your name?
Councilmember Sylvester so moves.
I'll second Deborah Klein Lopez.
I will now defer to the city clerk for roll call.
Councilmember Anderson?
Aye.
Councilmember Anstad?
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Wolf, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you. We will now take a 10-minute recess before reviewing our next discussion action item number 7. So we will return at 9:43. Okay, moving right along. Discussion and action item number 7. Our next item is a discussion to consider supporting the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Government letter of opposition to proposed changes to the Metro Board of Directors.
Apologies, that would be deferment to City Manager Hamburger.
Thank you. Yeah, I was mentally. I will now defer to City Manager Hamburger.
Thank you, Mayor Wolf and honorable council members. The item is being presented this evening at the request of the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments on an item that they took action on at their April 21st meeting. The board discussed the letter that is attached for their the proposed changes to the Metro Board, which coincides with Measure G, which would change the makeup of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. And basically, the COG board felt that if the Metro Board grows, that the representation to small cities like ours may be impacted. We may have less say. Our votes may not count as much. And there's a concern that some of the funding may not be sent down to the smaller agencies, I should say. So they did take action on the letter with our representative abstaining just because this item hadn't been presented to our council. They were going to hold the letter, and then based on the council's action tonight, they're going to send it either way, but it's whether we want to add the City of Agoura Hills name to the letter. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Pro Tem Klein Lopez.
Thank you. Is the proposed new structure and the representation percentage, I guess, that small cities like ours would have, or the 87 other cities would have, is that set in stone, or is that just up for discussion? I guess I wasn't clear on what the impact specifically would be. And I don't know, I see movement coming from over there.
Oh, please.
Can I take it away? Since I was at the meeting as our COG representative, I didn't take a stand on this because we hadn't discussed it as a council, and I always believe we have to have unanimous agreement before I take a vote on behalf of everybody. The concern with the COGS is that we only have 4 representatives representing 87 cities within LA County. The Los Angeles County Supervisors currently have 5 seats, and the mayor has 1 seat plus the mayor has 3 appointees. So basically that's 4 seats for LA City. And then there's 1 non-voting state representative. So if the Board of Supervisors expands to 9, which they are planning to do, plus their executive director, that would add another 5 and 4, another 5 seats. My math is correct, I think. And so the other 87 cities felt this would give us a disadvantage when it comes to any voting and to get funds and things like that. If we don't need to take a vote on it. I can stay with my abstention vote. The letter is going anyway, because I think they may have sent it already. I'm not sure on that. But so we don't need to take action. If people don't want to take a stand either way, we can just abstain and remain neutral. It won't stop the letter going.
And if I could just go back to your question, so there's an ad hoc committee that has been developed. There is not a formal proposal yet on the structure or the proposed structure of the board. The COG wants to be proactive in their stance, and that was why they brought this forward.
Okay, and then do we know, in addition to our COG, are there other either councils of government or cities directly in that pot of the other 87, of the other 82, I guess?
Yes, there are other COGs that are sending in a similar form letter.
Okay. And okay. Thank you.
So with that, I do want, where am I on here? So before we move on to public comments, does staff have any other questions? Is that the right order? A little out of order here. Nope. So if there's no public comments, I now want to, can we deliberate with, so can I go through with each council member to see where you stand on this, if we want to send a letter, if we want to stay neutral? And I can start. I'm happy to send a letter in, and I'm happy not to as well. I really want to know where you guys stand on this. I don't think it's already been sent in, but we are risk losing some representation at the Metro Board with this change with smaller cities like ours. So I see no harm in sending in and joining the coalition and joining the COG, because they're already four of the 5 cities already signed on. So I'm willing to move forward with joining the letter of opposition. But if I hear strong opposition from any of the council, I will change my position.
It makes sense to, I mean, I think I agree, I would oppose it.
So you would join?
Right,
You're
join
willing
it.
to join? And Councilmember
Can
Ann?
I actually ask, I'm very close to where, Councilmember Sylvester, having sat through it, I'm curious if you have and first, actually, before I do that, thank you for wanting to bring it back before taking a position. I really appreciate that you do that for us.
Yes, I understand why they're saying that, and I actually did speak with Lindsay Horvath about it, and she said, that this should be a city decision either way. She just wants to make sure the executive director is on that board of one of the 5 county supervisors, but that's not our call to make. That would be the board of supervisors' call to make.
Well, the logic makes sense to me, that as a small city, our votes would be diluted if the representation from the county went from 5 to 9, and I think it is important for us to be able to have as strong as representation as possible. So I too don't feel at all strongly about this, especially since the letter has already been sent, and I would support us going ahead and retroactively saying, yes, we support this recommendation to the ad hoc committee.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Klein-Lopez?
I very much value your thoughts on this as our representative. I feel like this is not a lot of information for us. We have a 1-page staff report and a 1-page letter from one of the COG members and no real plan as to what this may shake out as. So I don't have any strong feelings either way, because I don't think we have enough information. However, I don't mind sending a message that we are concerned about the dilution of our vote. So if that comes as part of a letter, that's fine, but for me, it's very hard to oppose something that's not set. So, if this had come to council earlier, I would maybe have phrased this differently in that we're very concerned about the dilution of our votes, and maybe there's a restructuring of the voting percentages. I'm not sure how it's going to shake out. So, in the sense that this might send a message that is our concern, I'm fine with it, but I actually don't feel strongly, because I just don't feel like we have very much information to take a position on it.
Would it be your preference then not to vote? I mean, that's certainly an option on the table.
I truly don't think it matters at this point. I think the COG has sent it. I thank Penny for bringing it back, or Councilmember Sylvester for bringing it back, because that's just, she has to do that. She's not allowed to speak on our behalf before we deliberate. So I personally don't think it matters. My concern is that the message that we're concerned about dilution is heard, and it sounds like this letter will do that. So I just truly don't think it matters at this point what our vote is.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. It is early days, and they haven't really settled on how this board is going to be drawn up yet. But I think what they're trying to avoid is, if they add more supervisors, then they'd have to add more city representatives, and then it gets cumbersome as a board to have too many voices.
You're talking to someone who runs a 40-person board. It can be done.
So I think it's fine to approve sending them the letter.
So, yeah, I agree. I think that we should. And so with that, I will I will now call for a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Sylvester so moves.
Councilmember Anstead, second.
And I apologize. I am so sorry. There's two staff recommendations. There was number 1, which is take a position on the issue, or number 2, decline and allow the Los Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments to send the letter without formal position from City of Agoura Hills. So retroactively, I'm asking for a motion to approve staff recommendation number 1.
I will amend my motion to say that we approve sending the letter.
And I second.
Thank you. I will now defer to the city clerk for roll call.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Anstead.
Aye.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Klein Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Wolf.
Aye.
Mayor Wolf, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you so much. Now moving on to council and staff comments. Are there any comments from staff?
I have to channel my inner Amy because she's not here, and she'd be really upset if I didn't. We have just real quickly, we have our Morrison Park inclusive play area that will be doing a ribbon cutting this Saturday from 11 to 1 at the park, and we will have some food and other stuff for crafts for the kids. So we'll be doing our ribbon cutting right at 11 a.m. So look forward to seeing everybody there.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from staff? Moving on to council comments. I saw Councilmember Sylvester put her hand up
Yes,
first.
I just wanted to thank Amy and all the staff up at the Recreation Centre for the wonderful senior expo that was held last week and the luncheon that was put on. It was very well attended, and I got to chat with lots of interesting people. So thank you.
Councilmember Anstead.
I just want to thank staff for a very nice presentation today and answering all our questions. And I know it's not easy and put you guys on the spot a lot of times, but appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything over there from the left side of the dais? I just want to take a second to acknowledge this council and how proud I am on the record to serve with you, and thank you for the work that you put in each and every day for the city of Agoura Hills and the surrounding areas. It can be thankless, it can be tireless, but it is making a difference, and we are working to protect our residents and protect our region. So I am so incredibly proud to get to serve with you. With that, I move to adjournment. The next regular city council meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, May 27th in the council chambers of the Civic Center located at 3001 Ladyface Court, Agoura Hills, California. This meeting is now adjourned.